2022 regular meeting of the City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Administrator?
No, Mayor Rouse, there are not.
Okay, very good. And then we'll go to public comment, which is 3 minutes per member of the public on any subject not on the agenda, but within the purview of this body. And we will start with Scott Wentz.
Mayor Rouse, members of the council, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. We've been here before on this topic. It has to do with the e-bikes that are on the streets. Now, what we did is we asked a friend of ours who's a private detective and former police officer to do a deep search into the state of California regulations regarding these bikes, and we found that there's a hole in the state regulation. In other words, the state doesn't cover many of the bikes and their capabilities, which leaves you with a golden opportunity to set your own standards. I was out on Outer State Street between San Roque and Hitchcock the other day, and I was trailing some bicyclists, or e-bikes, going 30 miles an hour. And the reason I know it was absolutely 100% 30 miles an hour is because I go by the Garden Street miles per hour sign, and my car is always correct right on it. This is a hazard. These are bicycles that have been turned into motorcycles. It doesn't make any difference whether or not they're electric or gasoline powered. You have to do something about it. I've also seen adults with kids sitting right in front of them on these e-bikes or on a back seat without any kind of protective gear. This is a hazard. This falls under the issue of child endangerment. The city has to start setting a standard, and if you don't want to set the standard, then you're going to be at least ethically liable for a dangerous situation. So we would hope that the city would step in. The city attorney's office over here has the ability to craft a ordinance. You need to have insurance. You need to have the ability to have them properly ensconced with headgear and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Shankman.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, I'm just going to be reading off my computer phone, and I'm going to start with a quote from Ayn Rand. "The hardest thing to explain is the glaringly evident, which everybody has decided not to see." The Social Security Act writes, "The right of any person or any future payment under this title shall not be transferable or assignable at law or in equity, and none of the monies paid or payable or rights existing under this title shall be subject to execution, levy, attachment, garnishment, or other legal process, or to the operation of any bankruptcy or insolvency law enacted before, on, or after the date of this enactment of this section may be construed to limit, supersede, or otherwise modify the provisions of this section except to the extent that it does so by express reference to this section. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit withholding taxes from any benefit under this title if such withholding is done pursuant to the request made in accordance with Section 3402 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 by the person entitled to such benefit or such person's representative payee. The Office of Inspector General list of waivers, exemptions, and exclusions where specific cities, counties, state DMVs, and other government agencies are not listed. And that would include Santa Barbara. That's found in https://oig.hhs.gov/exclusions/waivers.asp. So this particularly applies against any sales tax or the collections that you take for parking among this protected class of citizen is technically or strictly illegal. And that this trend needs to be reversed and a priority be set to figuring out how to return our money. Okay? I appreciate your attention on this. We'll be more in touch with Gutierrez over this topic. We spoke in the front lobby before, and we'll be following up again. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Gerard Pepe.
Thank you, Your Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I was residentially challenged, and I was sleeping in the parking lot of the probation department for quite some time. Excuse me, speak better without my teeth. Then through the assistance of my church, the Ocean Hills Covenant Church, right across from the parking lot of the probation was the Dignity Moves, the little pod houses, which are amazing. I got a personal tour throughout those pods, and I'm on the list to get in one of them. Currently, I'm at New House 3. It's a sober living here in Santa Barbara. I firmly believe that Santa Barbara needs to just push a little harder for the residentially challenged people here in Santa Barbara. If I could take all the residentially challenged individuals on the streets of Santa Barbara and smuggle them into my room at Newhouse, I would do that. But I can't. I can't do this deal alone. I was on those streets, so I know what it's like being there, and I relate to every single one of them when I pass by them. You know, yeah, some of them drink, some of them do drugs, but if anybody that's on the street, you know, what else are you going to do? The only thing you could do is eat and find a place to sleep or do drugs and drink. So I try to work with these people to the best of my ability, and I work with my church, the Ocean Hills Covenant Church, and I work with a couple of different organizations like Catholic Charities and the Unity Shop, and I work hand in hand with these people to try to assist, you know, getting, at least eliminating the residentially challenged people in Santa Barbara. So whatever you people could do to assist in this area, it would be deeply appreciated. Even if you need to make more of those little houses, the little pods, make a zillion of them. You know, I could guarantee I could place people in them. And thank you for allowing me to just express that to you people. Thank you. You all I got. You're all these people in Santa Barbara got. We have nobody else to look up to except for the city council and the government of Santa Barbara. So thank you for letting me share.
Okay, thank you. Summer Escalera?
Hi, I'm here to speak in regard to the housing element, and so I'd like to.
Oh, okay, very good. I'll put you down for that one then. Thank you. DJ Johnson?
Same here.
Housing element. Okay, very good. And I know who's not. It's Michael Baker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Baker, CEO, United Boys and Girls Clubs. Two things I want to share with you. First and foremost, well, three things. First and foremost, we're extremely busy in the summer, which is a good thing. The kids are coming to both our locations here in Santa Barbara. Secondly, we are getting ready to finally be able to celebrate again our gold card ceremonies, which many of you have participated in years past. What that means is that we know in Boys and Girls Clubs, from national studies of all the clubs in the country, that the magic number is 105 days. If we can get a child to attend the Boys and Girls Club 105 days in the same calendar year, they're twice as likely to graduate high school in time and twice as likely to lead a healthy lifestyle. So we embrace that whole program, and what we've done is we've created what we call Club 105. And this body here was the very first City Council to recognize that and present our members with their gold card certificates when they achieve that status. So I'm happy to tell you that we have a number of children that have achieved that status already this year, and we'd love to put calendar, if possible, in the month of September, a celebration here at City Council, bringing the children here along with their families to recognize them for that achievement of attending the Boys and Girls Club 105 days, whether it be the downtown club or our West Side Club, but it's going to be the first time in history, which I know means a lot to you, Councilman Gutierrez, that those two organizations are celebrating together as one organization. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, I did want to share with you that we also are looking to hire. If you want to spread the word, it's a great job for somebody that's looking to go potentially into the teaching profession, someone who may want to be a teacher down the road, someone that wants to do public service. It's how I got involved in Boys and Girls Clubs. And certainly want to encourage each and everyone to spread the word that we're looking for good quality staff members at the Boys and Girls Club. I know hiring is a very difficult task right now for a lot of organizations. It's really challenging for us, but regardless, the kids are still going to show up at the Boys and Girls Club. We want to surround them with the best possible people we can. So please spread the word. And if anybody is watching this at home and would like to know how they can encourage someone, they can certainly send me their resume. My email is mbaker@unitedbg.org. Again, that's MBAKER @UNITED as in David, B as in boy, G as in girl.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any online speakers?
We have no online speakers.
Okay, very good. With that concludes public comment. We'll move to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, do you have anything to read, items to read?
Yes, we have 5 items to read. Item 2, 2022 to 2025 Firefighters Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding, Ordinance Adoption and Contract. Item 3, Agreement with Carbon Solutions Group EV LLC, Ordinance Adoption and Contract. Item 4, Destruction of Records Held by the Police Department, Resolution. And I'm sorry, I need to go back because I need to read the substance of these. So item 2, 2022 to 2025 Firefighters Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding, Ordinance Adoption and Contract. Recommendation that council adopt the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the Santa Barbara Firefighters Association by adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of this Council of City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022 to 2025 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Firefighters Association. Item 3, Agreement with Carbon Solutions Group EV LLC, Ordinance Adoption and Contract. Recommendation that council adopt, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute an agreement with Carbon Solutions Group EV LLC for up to 258 electric vehicle charging stations. Item 4, Destruction of Records Held by the Police Department, Resolution. That council adopt, by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Police Department. Item 5, correction of clerical errors in Resolution Number 22-061, Schedule of Penalties, Fees, and Service Charges adopted on June 21, 2022, Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt, by reading of title only, a resolution directing the city clerk to correct clerical errors by inserting replacement pages into Resolution Number 22-061, adopted on June 21, 2022, which became effective on July 1st, 2022, or as provided therein, and amended the City of Santa Barbara Schedule of Penalties, Fees, and Service Charges. Item 6, delegation of authority to department directors to execute contracts and other documents for sustainability programs. Resolution. Recommendation that council adopt, by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing department directors, upon the recommendation of the Sustainability and Resilience Director, to execute grant applications, contracts, or other transactional documents for collaboration on or participation in sustainability programs. And that concludes what I need to read.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody need to pull any item from council? Anybody online? Ms. Gutierrez, Ms. Harmon? Apparently not. Do we have any public speakers about, oh, nope, okay, any public speakers about consent items?
There are no raised hands.
Very good. Then I will entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So move.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Gutierrez. May you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Very good. That concludes the consent calendar. We'll take a report from the Finance Committee, please. Mr.
Thank
Friedman.
you. Today, the Finance Committee met and we reviewed two items. One was a review of the ordinance establishing a standing Finance Committee, and we passed that unanimously, and that will be coming to Ordinance Committee and then ultimately to Council. And then the big item was we did the kickoff of the Fiscal Sustainability Initiative and Vision 2030, and that is a major effort to really look at our organization, both from a revenue side as well as operational efficiencies and effectiveness, as we plan going forward to address structural challenges, but also become an organization where we're delivering the highest level of services most efficiently and effectively as we can. And it's a major effort that's going to be taking place, and it was a kickoff of it today, and there'll be more to come.
All right, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we will read the next item, please.
Sorry, excuse me. Item 16, State Street Master Plan Update and Consultant Selection Contract.
Very good. Ms. Harris.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I am Tess Harris, the State Street Master Planner, and happy to be before you today. I'm here today to discuss the work that has occurred with the State Street Advisory Committee since I was last before you in November, talk about the consultant selection process, and then recommend that your council consider awarding a contract to MIG for consulting services for the State Street Master Plan. So this map highlights the project area that the State Street Master Plan will address from the 101 freeway to Sola Street and Chapala to Anacapa Streets. I want to take a moment here to talk about where we're headed and remind everybody what the State Street Master Plan is. So the State Street Master Plan is a long-term visioning document for the revitalization of downtown Santa Barbara. It'll identify a conceptual design for downtown Santa Barbara and the future of State Street, balancing the needs of the community at large, and it builds on the momentum of the current 8-block closure on State Street that began during COVID-19, and will leverage upon the success of the last 2 years. So I'll give you a quick update on the State Street Advisory Committee. In January, we had a presentation on public safety and transportation considerations when looking at closure of the 400 block of State Street. In February, we switched to a panel discussion format and talked about retail and commercial spaces, as well as challenges and opportunities for downtown revitalization. In March, the State Street Advisory Committee participated in a discussion on the future of tourism and the tourist economy, and that was led by Kathy Janega-Dykes from Visit Santa Barbara. And then in April, the State Street Advisory Committee heard a presentation from the American Institute of Architects in Santa Barbara on the 2020 design charrette. And then the State Street Advisory Committee took a pause from May to July, and that was really to work on getting a consultant on board. And towards the end of the presentation, I'll touch upon what the State Street Advisory Committee is going to be looking to do when we return in August. So I'll now discuss the consultant selection process that we undertook to come up with a finalist. So in November, when I was before you, Council discussed the various elements that should be included in the master plan. The State Street Advisory Committee also added elements to be considered in the scope of work during their October meeting, and then reviewed a draft of the request for proposals in their November meeting. They also discussed the process for the RFP in the January 2022 meeting. The request for proposal opened on January 6th, and an informational session occurred at the end of that month, and then the RFP closed at the end of March, on March 24th, and we received 8 proposals. In April, 6 members from multiple departments, including Community Development, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and the Waterfront departments, reviewed and ranked the 8 proposals based on their responsiveness to the RFP. The top 5 teams were then asked to submit a supplemental document, including responses to 5 questions that were focused on the scope of work. And a subcommittee within the State Street Advisory Committee was formed to review those top 5 responses. And then staff asked the 3 firms from that to participate in final interviews, which occurred in June. Final interviews occurred in person with the top 3 teams, and the interview panel consisted of the Community Development Department Director, the Public Works Director, the Parks and Recreation Director, a member of the community at large, and myself. And then the Community Development Director and I had a follow-up interview with the top 2 finalists, and in consultation with the interview panel, made a selection, or are recommending a selection, and negotiated a contract. And we're before you today recommending that you approve the contract with MIG. So why do we recommend the MIG team? MIG has an in-depth understanding of the issues that the master plan will address. They have a strong team composition with a wide-ranging set of skills within their team, as well as sub-consultants. They have really strong public engagement experience, and they bring one of the most innovative community engagement strategies that we saw. They also have experience in downtown streetscape master planning, and prior work experience in the city of Santa Barbara and many other California communities. And they were consistently ranked high throughout the multi-step ranking process. So this next slide highlights the key staff and sub-consultants that make up the MIG team. They really are bringing together a great group of people with a lot of varied backgrounds. And they also have 3 different sub-consultants on their team, O'Brien and Wall for civil engineering, strategic economics for economic development, and Fair and Peers for mobility and transportation. So next, I'll talk a little bit about the detail of the scope of work and some of the key elements and sections of the project. As a reminder, we're undertaking this project because we as a city and a community are investing in our downtown. We're recognizing that public space is important and that building for people and spaces for enjoyment and for day-to-day interactions between people is vital to the success of our downtown. So we took multiple steps to make sure that the scope of work for this project was correct. In March of 2021, council directed staff to work on the State Street Master Plan, and also directed staff, and we began working on a process to select the State Street Advisory Committee. Prior to that, the State Street Subcommittee was formed, and that began in 2020. The subcommittee had identified elements to be included in the master plan and vision principles to guide the master planning process, and those recommendations were before council in 2021. The State Street Advisory Committee was formed in the summer of 2021 and began discussing the scope of work in October, adding and refining master plan elements. They reviewed the draft RFP and again discussed the scope of work in November. And council reviewed the master plan elements and the State Street Advisory Committee progress in November of 2021. And the RFP became available early January. So this slide highlights some of the key sections that are anticipated to occur in the master plan, and I'll touch on each of these in the following slides. One of the most important parts of this project is community engagement. And we'll start out by creating a community engagement plan. And what I mean by that is we'll identify audiences and outline goals and strategies and branding that'll be used throughout the project. One of the key pieces also is going to be targeted outreach. So MIG is including an engagement strategy that's specifically designed for business owners, property owners, and key stakeholders. Stakeholders like developers, design professionals, and advocacy group leaders. Another piece of it is community-based partners. There'll also be a focus on those that are not typically included in a stakeholder process and are vital to the development of the future of downtown. Examples of these groups include essential workers, non-English speakers, first-time business owners, youth, particularly those in high school and college, and others. And to help with targeted outreach, MIG is proposing to work with community-based partners, organizations like the Santa Barbara Promotores Network, and other organizations to help get the word out about this project. We'll have in-person touch points like public meetings and workshops. We'll be doing online engagement using virtual survey tools, 3D mapping, and a walkthrough of the project site, a website, social media touch points, and mapping. We'll also have community events, pop-up events, idea labs, and prototype festivals are some of the types of events that MIG talked about in their contract and that we are looking at doing. So what I'm showing next on the top left is an example of a pop-up event that could be held at a visible location along State Street as an interactive way to show a design concept. This could include a booth or games for youth, or could be tactical urbanism, which is what you're seeing. Prototype Festival is another example of a little bit of untraditional community engagement, but an engagement event that would develop models or prototypes for streetscape amenities that could range from performance spaces to educational spaces or interactive art installations. The master plan will also be looking at existing conditions and doing an analysis, looking at existing infrastructure and utilities, and then MIG will be working on technical studies on transportation, stormwater, and utilities, and that'll help influence the overall conceptual design. We'll also be looking at the economic characteristics of downtown to inform design strategies and investment recommendations. And the urban design framework is next. Really one of the big pieces. This is what's setting the vision for downtown. This portion of the master plan includes conceptual approaches and will identify the preferred design concepts throughout feedback from the community. This section is what also includes a number of elements that were identified by Council and the State Street Advisory Committee to be studied in the master plan. And we'll be evaluating the following elements to influence design. A streetscape is one of them, design elements that can create the frame that can be used by different users or at different times of day or night, different activity levels. Historic resources, working in our existing network with pedestrian paseos and plazas, public art, and landscape, highlighting the historic essence of Santa Barbara. Public art, creating interest, supporting programming, and having art be a part of the streetscape. And public amenities. These are design elements that can serve multiple purposes. We'll be looking at housing, discussing housing needs, related work efforts like the housing element, and design solutions that encourage housing development downtown. Homeless engagement, making sure that those that are homeless and their advocates are part of the design discussion. Equity and accessibility, looking at strategies to ensure that accessibility is a key consideration for design. And then also from an environmental justice standpoint, ensuring that everybody has a sense of belonging in the public realm. Stormwater management, looking at drainage layouts and identifying water quality treatment details. And utilities, looking at how the conceptual design can impact utilities, but also how utilities can be used as an armature for furnishings and activations. We'll also be looking at overall mobility. This is really one of the key points of the master plan. We'll be looking at pedestrian use, bicycle use, transit, vehicle use, and other means of mobility on the street, as well as what a closure may or may not mean. Sustainability, looking at strategies that are incorporated into the design framework to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and then building physical improvements into the streetscape and amenities that can help to change people's behaviors. View corridors, strategies for preserving view corridors in the public space, and economic development, looking at strategies to address vacancy and underutilized spaces and also retain existing businesses. And so this will all come together through a variety of visualizations and renderings, and also through a 3D walkthrough of both the existing and the proposed conditions. So we're looking at providing the members of this community the ability to see what the public space could become in a 3D format. This slide just gives you an idea of some kind of the general sense or considerations that MIG might have when thinking about this project area. So they'll be looking at how the space is used and when, and the types of activities on the street based on the time of day, and how design in general can enhance a public space. And then one of the main pieces of the State Street Master Plan will be the implementation plan. And this is the part of the plan that looks at specific priorities and benchmarks. It's going to be looking at timeframes and responsibilities, funding sources, and recommendations for organizational moves to implement the plan. This is where we'll be talking about cost estimates and phasing of the project, and looking at operations and maintenance requirements for proposed concepts. So I'm now going to touch on the process and the overall timeline. So I recognize that this slide has a lot going on, but from a high level, this is our overall roadmap to complete the State Street Master Plan. And I want to draw your attention to the 5 dark blue shaded boxes. Those are what we're calling meeting windows. Those are different touch points for members of the community. Each of those consists of 3 outreach events: a public meeting, a public workshop, and then a community event. Could be a pop-up event or an idea lab or something else. What this is trying to show is that those 5 touch points each have 3 public outreach pieces to them. That's totaling 15 public outreach events or opportunities, and those are outside of traditional meetings such as City Council or the Historic Landmarks Commission or Planning Commission or the State Street Advisory Committee. And then there are different design charrettes throughout the process, both with city staff and with members of the community. If you look at the bottom portion of this slide, in the circle, you'll see the urban design framework on the left. We're anticipating that that will start to take shape early next year in January or February. That's where we're going to start to really look at design concepts, with the idea that we'll have some preferred design concepts in mind by early to middle of next year. And the public draft is, with this timeline, is going to be ready for review in October of 2023. So I want to highlight some of the items that were on that slide. We are looking at an accelerated schedule. So we have heard the desire of the community and the desire of council to really get going in earnest. This is an accelerated schedule that is looking at 16 to 18 months for a total time frame. And we are aiming for a completion end date of December 2023. We want to keep the momentum going. I recognize that that is fast moving, but it also means that we'll be able to engage members of the public in a more concise timeline. Again, there's 15 touch points for public engagement during the meeting windows, and we'll be going to the State Street Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, the Historic Landmarks Commission, and your council multiple times throughout the process. So I'll move into the budget now and explain the cost that's associated with this contract. This contract is proposed for $709,000, and that amount is reduced from the original contract amount that MIG proposed. We're also requesting a 10% contingency that could be used for a variety of factors throughout the process, such as an extra community engagement event, additional meetings or hearings as needed, or additional visualizations. The contract does not impact the general fund. It will be funded through the American Rescue Plan Act as well as Measure C. So what's next for the State Street Master Plan? This slide shows you some of the key project dates. If the contract is awarded today, we anticipate a kickoff in August of 2022, this year, in just a month, and then outreach to begin occurring in October with the public, and would occur throughout October of this year, and then January, April, July, and October of next year. We're looking at having a public draft ready in the fall of 2023, and the final master plan complete by the end of 2023 or early 2024. And then looking towards the next State Street Advisory Committee meeting, if a contract is awarded today, MIG will be at the next meeting for the project kickoff with the SSAC. We are still working on finalizing the details for that meeting, but planning to discuss overall project goals, roles and responsibilities, and seek input from the advisory committee on the outreach plan that will begin in October. Then how can you, as a community, get involved with this plan? There are a number of ways to stay in touch. You can visit our project website and subscribe to the email list on our website. We'll update that website regularly with event details, news, and other information related to the State Street Master Plan. You can email us your comments and questions at statestreetmasterplan@santabarbaraca.gov, or you can attend an upcoming community event or public meeting, and if you subscribe to our email list, we'll make sure that that we've sent you notification for those. So with that, the recommendation for today is to receive the update on the work of the State Street Advisory Committee and the State Street Master Plan consultant selection process, and award a contract for consulting services to MIG in an amount not to exceed $709,156 for the State Street Master Plan, and authorize the Community Development Director to execute the contract and approve extra expenditures up to $70,915 to cover any cost increases. And with that, that concludes my presentation. If you have questions, please let me know. I wanted to also just highlight that the project manager and deputy project manager from MIG are available via Zoom today if you have any questions for them. And then I'd also like to turn it over to the chair of the State Street Advisory Committee, Mr. Davis, to provide some additional comments.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, a sense of place, a sense of history, a sense of celebration. Place, history, and celebration. Those are the guiding principles for downtown of my late friend, colleague, and former Mayor Hal Conklin. I wish he was here today standing in my place, frankly. We've heard a lot, and even in today's press, of why are we putting time and dollars into a master plan when we know it all already? Well, frankly, there's a lot of reasons. You've heard some of them in the great presentation from your staff. Let me add to that. We do this master plan in order to help make informed decisions. That helps to provide predictability and consistency in public decision-making. That, in turn, helps property owners and developers in making future investments to their properties and in our downtown. That helps promote the wise use of resources and to set priorities for capital improvements for you all. And especially important, Santa Barbara helps preserve community character. The goal is to help achieve positive economic outcomes for our downtown. And given the challenges we face today and in the near future, we need to stop and see where we're going. I was honored by you all to have been selected to be a member of your State Street Advisory Committee. It is an incredible group of knowledgeable stakeholders. As they say, you all chose wisely. I was privileged also to be the public member to work with staff on the final selection committee. And staff did a masterful, thorough job in vetting what you have before you today and in negotiating the contract. The recommendation before you is to begin a robust engagement process with your community with the assistance of a highly experienced and qualified consulting team. Personal opinion, one of the best in the country, if not the best. As you all know, I've been involved with downtown for a long time, pushing 50 years. And I must tell you, I am excited, really excited. And to get this old dog excited, it takes a lot. Here I am. I am excited for our community to be involved in setting the course for the next chapter of our downtown. Place, history, and celebration. The guiding principles I want to make sure that I promised Hal we carry forward in this plan. Your State Street Advisory Committee is ready to rock and roll, folks. They are ready, locked and loaded. Hope you are as excited as I am. Let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Harris, do we have anybody else from committee or staff to speak?
At this time, I do not believe so. If you have questions, though, for the consultant team, they are online. I believe Mr. Saxon may be online as well, and he's the vice chair for the State Street Advisory Committee.
Ms. Kovacs, is Mr. Saxon online? Is he prepared to speak to the staff report?
He is online. He has not raised his hand. So, Mr. Saxon, oh, there he goes.
There we go. Let's hear from Mr. Saxon first, then we'll go to questions on staff.
So, Mr. Saxon, you need to unmute yourself and you can speak.
Great. Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and City Council, good afternoon. I'm Ken Saxon. I have the honor of serving as Vice Chair of the State Street Advisory Committee. We're a group of 17 locals who care a great deal about Santa Barbara, and I personally want to thank you for this opportunity to serve our city. I appreciate you all on the council for initiating this master planning process and for choosing such an impressive group of people to serve on our committee. I've spent a great deal of time with our members over the past year, and I've been impressed with their knowledge, their commitment, and their passion. I think our city will be well served by this group. After a year of getting our house in order, educating ourselves, and selecting a consultant, we are about to pick up steam quickly. And I invite all Santa Barbarans to join us in this visioning effort. Assuming the council approves this proposal, our committee will come together in just a few weeks with our new consultant to launch this effort in earnest. With your interim operations committee focused on the immediate state of downtown, that frees us to focus on the future, the next 25 years and beyond. As we all know, the role of cities and downtowns is changing with new challenges and new opportunities on the horizon. In our master planning process, our committee will look to engage with the broad diversity of people who live in, work in, and who enjoy Santa Barbara. And we'll also look to learn from successful cities elsewhere. At the end of our master planning process, we expect to return to you making some comprehensive recommendations for revitalizing the State Street corridor. Thank you today for your consideration of this consultant proposal. It's a critical step on the road to a more vibrant downtown Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Saxon. Okay, to council for questions. Do we have questions for staff? Ms. Sneddon and Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and I'm so pleased to be here, and I really have to say, Ms. Harris, and also the State Street Committee, you are so responsive, and it really shows in your presentation how much you have listened and integrated in all the various input that you've received into what you've put before us, and I'm really grateful for that. For questions, one question is, will the consultant mainly be holding the space for the structure, for the input and the design, or will the consultant actually be doing the designing?
Mayor, council members, I would think of the consultant and staff, quite frankly, as facilitators. So the community will be designing the master plan, and will be, certainly providing input based on the technical studies that we've asked the consultant to do and based on our current configuration, but it'll be the community's plan.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear, and I would expect that to be. And I think we've had some inquiries about having an outside consultant or someone not familiar with Santa Barbara, but I can see the benefit of holding the structure for that so we can have really meaningful input and design. And then what has been the role of the State Street Committee so far, and then what will it be in the next stage? It seems to be a pivot point in changing the function.
Mayor and council members, that's a good question, and it's one of the questions that we're going to be talking about in the August State Street Advisory Committee meeting, assuming that the contract is awarded. We've been waiting to really talk about roles and responsibilities between the advisory committee and staff until we did have a consultant on board. But recognizing that there are a variety of things that that we hope that the advisory committee will be working on. They'll be helping with design concepts. I foresee design charrettes within that group and then within the broader community. We'll also be really working with them on public outreach, and all of them have different touch points within the community and can engage with people in different ways, and so that'll be, I think, a great way to use and to have the advisory committee really engaged, and then being ambassadors to the project. In terms of where we were prior to this point, over the last 9-10 months or so, the advisory committee was formed, and we were really trying to bring everybody up to speed. There's a lot going on downtown, both in the current configuration and just a lot of varied players from when we had the discussion on tourism or when we had the discussion on retail and the economy. We talked about cleaning and maintenance and what goes on from midnight to 5 a.m. downtown, and really trying to bring everybody up to a similar level and educational understanding. That being said, we did that, and then we took a pause, just recognizing that we needed to bring the consultant on board and really focus our energy to getting this contract before you. And so going forward, I see kind of full steam ahead. I mean, that process graphic has a lot of touch points from public outreach meetings and engagement, and the design piece as well, and they will be involved in that entire process.
Fantastic. So they'll have a more active role in that, and I appreciate that. And then how will the local AIA charrette ideas be considered or incorporated, or what role will those play?
Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. So the AIA design charrette is one of the things that we brought to the State Street Advisory Committee early on to make sure that everybody was aware of what happened, both in 2017 and in 2020. And they'll have a continued role. I'm excited about the collaboration between AIA and the city, and just trying to keep that relationship strong, and recognizing that they are one of many stakeholders, and they will be at the table during the design process.
Thank you. And then how do you see the interim operations ad hoc committee, or interim operations in general that we're setting? How is that going to inform the process or be part of it, or how do you see the intersection of those?
Mayor and Council Member Sneddon. So the State Street Interim Operations Ad Hoc Committee is really looking at the immediate needs of downtown and of State Street. And so that committee is a separate committee from the State Street Advisory Committee. It's looking at current needs, while the master plan is really looking at the 25-year or looking at the long-term vision of the future of downtown. However, I see there being many touch points where those two could intersect. The master plan could pilot or test activations that the ad hoc committee discusses, and the ad hoc committee's work can help influence and inform the master plan.
Thank you. And just one last question. The 3D walkthrough that you mentioned, will it have the streetscape as it currently exists to scale, and what that might look like with any new designs, or how does that work?
Mayor and Councilmember Sneddon, yes, that is the idea. So we will have an existing, you will be able to virtually walk through downtown in the existing conditions and see what it looks like right now, and then also be able to walk downtown through that virtual 3D walkthrough to start to get a sense for what preferred design concept might look like in the space.
Thank you. I could not be more pleased. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. The members of MIG, are they going to be situated here, or are they going to be working remotely?
Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez. So the MIG team, the project manager is based in their Bay Area office. And however, they will be in the community during multiple touch points, during 9 of the State Street Advisory Committee meetings, during all 5 of those meeting windows, and then at various City Council, Historic Landmarks Commission, and Planning Commission hearings. So I envision that they'll be here quite often. If the contract is awarded, we're currently talking with them to see if they can come out in about 2 weeks to meet with stakeholders and staff. So I envision a number of times where they will be in Santa Barbara.
Okay. And so then they do plan on meeting with us, council members, city staff, a variety of different stakeholders?
Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, that's correct. That'll be during the project kickoff in August. They'll be really going full steam ahead. They'll be meeting with you. They'll be meeting with other stakeholders, business owners, property owners, and then other community organizations and groups, and trying to start to get an understanding for all of the varied interests and ideas in the community. And then staff will be doing a walkthrough with the team as well.
And will they be also communicating with the Spanish community?
Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, absolutely. And that was one of the key components that we were looking for in the public outreach process, is to make sure that that we're doing outreach both in English and Spanish, and then also going to not having community members necessarily come to us at City Hall, but going out to community members, both on State Street and then at neighborhood groups and other event spaces that people might congregate.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just want to make a comment from Mr. Davis that you're excited, and I'm going to join you and the Pointer Sisters by saying I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. That's for you, Mr. Davis. So I just have a couple questions. First, it's a question that we get: why don't we just use in-house staff to do all this? Because we have a lot of expertise in-house, so why wouldn't we just use in-house staff?
Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, it's a good question. And my position was created to work on the State Street Master Plan, and I'm really pleased to be managing this project. And I also have a project planner, Mr. Bolton, who's working on this project as well. But the two of us alone don't have all of the expertise that's needed in terms of the technical background. That's not to say that we don't have really capable staff that can do a variety of things that are needed for this master plan, but we're trying to do technical studies, we're trying to do public outreach, and we're also trying to do the actual conceptual designs and really look at the design side of things and get a feel for what the space could look like, and to bring a team together that has that can pull a number of different people with different technical backgrounds quickly into this project, I think will really be an asset to the city. It's also very similar to other types of planning projects in the sense that they're bringing just the technical expertise, they're bringing the digital engagement, they're bringing knowledge of other downtown community placemaking projects and experiences in other communities that can help with the Santa Barbara community.
So we might have some of the expertise in either with you or some of our other departments like our engineering, but we don't have all the pieces that we really need to do the full plan to the way we want.
Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. And staff will be working really diligently throughout the process, and we'll be working on the technical documents and on the master plan the entire way through. Staff will also be at public outreach events and doing a lot of that on our own as well. But to make sure that we're capturing the entire community fully and that we're moving this project along, we really do need assistance from a consulting team.
Thank you. And if you could pull up slide 23. I want to ask a couple questions here, and it's since the interim committee was brought up. I just want to understand implementation. So up there, the slide shows us costs, phasing, funding strategies, maintenance operations, and activations. Those are going to come towards the end, but then the implementation comes after the plan. So when we say 16 to 18 months for the interim, that's just to get the plan done. But then there's going to be a significant time frame for implementation. And so do you have any thoughts on how the interim State Street that we have right now, is it just gonna, at 18 months, we're gonna make changes, or do we have to look at, once we have a better understanding, what the time frame is for implementation of the plan before we start making changes there? So is it, basically I'm saying, is it realistic to say that in 18 months we're gonna make changes to State Street, or is it gonna take longer?
Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, so it'll be 18 months for this master plan to be complete, meaning that we will have conceptual designs in hand and we will have an implementation plan to help us understand how to put those conceptual designs in place. What that doesn't mean, though, we will not have a capital improvement project within 18 months. So once the master plan is done and we've identified a preferred design approach, and have had the master plan approved, we'll be looking at doing more detailed designs and making sure that we have all of those details in place to do the capital improvement project. That also is where we will have the implementation plan from the master plan, but we'll need to start. The implementation plan will be looking at different funding mechanisms and cost estimates for the design. We will need to start looking at what those strategies are going to be in order to figure out the funding to do the capital improvement project.
And this is real general, I know we're not there yet, but is there any estimate in terms of timing to do all that? Once the master plan's done, when would we start moving forward with actually making changes? And where I'm going with this is we have these interim strategies that we're still grappling with, and I think the community and the discussion has been focused on 18 months, but I'm trying to get a more realistic picture of what is the actual timeline that these interim measures are going to be in place.
Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, I think that is certainly fair. So after 18 months, I think we're going to be looking at trying to figure out where funding is going to be coming from. I think we'll be looking at getting a capital improvement project or multiple improvement projects in place, because we could be talking about a phasing strategy depending on what this overall plan looks like. We could be doing one block at a time for X number of years. I'm not sure I really have a great timeline for you, but yes, it will be longer than 18 months before we have construction completed, and construction will take a while.
And then my last question, you mentioned when Councilmember Sneddon, you're talking about where the interim committee and they meet up and with the master planning committee, and you said something about testing activations to the master plan. How important is it for the committee and for flexibility on State Street? Are those to test activations, test different scenarios so that we could see how they work? Would that inform the master planning committee because they could see how things work or don't work and incorporate that into the planning?
Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, yes. I think flexibility is going to be really important, and I think being able to test and pilot different ideas during this master plan process is part of the excitement and part of what is going to get the community really interested and aware of what the potential could be. So I see that as being really important to both the State Street Advisory Committee and the master plan process.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
All right, Ms. Gutierrez.
This question's for staff. Does this consulting firm have any experience working with the city? And if so, could you let us know what projects they've been working on or they worked on in the past?
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez. So MIG has worked on the community engagement portion of the Santa Barbara General Plan back in the late 80s, and then also the update in 2011. My understanding is they helped planning with developing downtown housing design guidelines. They worked with the community to explore different options during the Upper State Street study. I believe that was around 2006 to 2008. And then they also worked with Gervin Associates to help design Chase Palm Park, and their focus was on the children's play area in that space. Just to highlight some of the other work or the other communities that they've worked in within California, they've worked in Ventura, Santa Monica, Sacramento, Los Angeles, Long Beach, Pasadena, San Diego, West Sacramento, Palm Desert, and San Bernardino. And I may be missing a couple.
Thank you for that information. I think that information is really valuable, especially Santa Barbara being a very unique city and some of the concerns that the public has about hiring an outside consultant. So thank you.
All right, very good. Just one question, Ms. Harris, on slide 18. I realize this is just a rendering. It looks like there's a jog that goes out into the middle of the street. Is that, that looks like it'd be right in the middle of where the fire lane would be. Is that, I don't know if they're just tossing ideas around, or are we giving up on the fire lane?
Mayor, council members, so this slide here is just to show different graphical depictions of the elements that'll be used. It's not a conceptual design rendering for State Street. Perhaps that, you know, that's not to say that we may be looking at other types of designs, but this isn't a design specific to State Street.
All right, very good, thank you. And with that, we will go to public comment on this item. Scott Wentz. You have 3 minutes at the podium, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Scott Wentz representing Kaiser Basic. Surprise, we're against this plan. Guess what? I found it very interesting that Ms. Gutierrez brought up the issue of have the consultants dealt with the city of Santa Barbara before? Yes, they did in the 80s. Well, what happened in the 1980s? Well, they started to take out parking and transportation flow on State Street. If you take a look at the last 40 years, every decade going down State Street has resulted in the demise of the retail services in Santa Barbara. It has taken away the flexibility of downtown Santa Barbara. It has resulted in homeless. It has resulted in gang activity. I personally have been the manager of a building in downtown Santa Barbara for a decade. I stopped being that as of February. I have had to go out the backside of the building and break up with lethal force 2 Hispanic gangs having their little sit-to. I took one guy down and I hurt him. And I was hoping he was going to come back because I wanted to hurt him again. I am sick and tired of this type of planning. I'm sick and tired of logical plans that are being put on the city of Santa Barbara that are irrational in basis. You have a rational basis argument, you have a logical basis argument. The logical argument will never sustain, it will never last if, in fact, it's not rational. I was a real estate broker in the 80s. My area of expertise was recreational properties. Guess what? I happened to run into one of the top land use planners in the entire west coast of the United States, from Washington to Tijuana. His name was Arthur Sherman Kitnick. He took a look at what was going on downtown, and I happened to be a fan at that particular time. He said, "This will never work." I said, "Art, what are you talking about?" He said, "Every place that this has been done, eventually the downtown area has crashed." And guess what? He was right. It only took 40 years for it to crash, but that's exactly what happened. I doubt if one of you can even remember the suggestion I made the last time I commented about this on what to do in downtown Santa Barbara. Thank you. It's a bad idea. It's bad. It's irrational.
Okay, next speaker is Mark Sheridan.
Mayor Rouse, council members, it's been a long time since I've been able to attend. I have been trying to keep track of where we're going as a city and follow the Planning Commission and the council quite closely. A little history that I think applies to myself and maybe a perspective. I worked with Mayor Lodge over 25 years ago to come up with basically the proof of concept of that State Street should be a pedestrian mall. The only way we got the farmers market to be on State Street to begin with was they were digging the tunnel under the freeway so that the street was closed anyways. The city had put a lot of money into our redevelopment, and it was still not really accepted by the community. We got the farmers market in there, and I've done over 300 Market Street closures in that part of town. And what I see lacking, I mean, I'm here to support the program, but it was only a small blip on the implementation slide. There was one word that said safety. And I've been here before about safety on closing State Street, and we are completely inadequate on how you're closing down the street, how pedestrians are crossing the open streets, and I really think your consultants need to drill down on better ways to harden the streets so that the pedestrians can be safe. We can act like they're safe. We can put terracotta succulent planters that are easily placed so that you could still drive through. I've sent Mr. Gutierrez, my council member Megan Harmon in the past, some designs for how streets could be closed safely. I know there's new devices out there. I run a market in the city of Glendale. We have them in place. It is a really good program. They're temporary. You move them out, you put them back when the street opens in that case. Here, it seems like it'd be a little easier solution. So I just think more attention and more detail needs to be given to that. I mean, that's your first charge, keep the public safe. And I don't think they've really discussed it, or at least come up with options for you to understand and have a way to feel better about how we're going to do this State Street program. Thank you.
Robin Elander? And Ms. Elander, I noticed you put yourself down for item 17 as well, so you plan to,
Yes.
all right, double dipping on one slip, huh? All right. Give you a
I
shot
did
at that.
fill out a second slip
Go
as
ahead.
well. I was educated on the subject. City council members, staff, and community members. My name is Robin Elander, and I'm the executive director for Downtown Santa Barbara, an organization that has served as the voice of the business community for the past 50 years. I am here today to celebrate the significant milestone of the selection of a world-class consultant team and the city's investment in a master planning process for our downtown community. The scope of services associated with the master plan is very thoughtful and robust. Kudos to the city staff who did the deep thinking to put this work out to bid. While I don't know all who have submitted for consideration, MIG's experience and depth of work seems to be a very good fit with our process, specifically their focus on creating sustainable, inclusive, well-designed public spaces. I'm impressed by how specific the scope of services, outreach, and community engagement, as well as all of the deliverables. As a member of the State Street Advisory Committee, a resident of downtown Santa Barbara, and a leader of our business community, I could not be more excited about what we can build together. This master planning process will significantly help to coalesce into words, designs, and action steps, how we will go from what we see today and its diverse opportunities and challenges, and leap to what we envision to create the next phase of downtown for our residents and visitors to enjoy for the next 50 years. Thanks for making this possible, I hope. today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to online comments. I want to say for the folks listening online, we will take comments or raise hands for 5 more minutes to 3:15. So may I have the first online speaker, please, Ms. Kovacs?
Our first speaker is Diane Black. Ms. Black, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm assuming you can hear me. Yes?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name's Diane Black, and I'm honored to be a member of your State Street Advisory Committee on behalf of the League of Women Voters. I wanted to speak today briefly just to support the contract for the master plan. I'm really excited about the process, as excited as the chair and the vice chair and Robin. And I'm especially pleased with the robust public outreach plan that the contract includes. I think it speaks to a need to keep open about the final shape of State Street so that people will engage in the process, knowing that their participation will be meaningful, heard, and hopefully implemented. So with that, again, I support the contract and I look forward to resuming work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next online speaker is Richard Applebaum. Mr. Applebaum, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
I just did. Thank you. As a person who's lived in Santa Barbara since 1971, I think that this is long overdue. Every European city I've been in has a promenade downtown, which is really the heart of the city. I have one question. Is the promenade built into the planning process, or is it up for grabs? I mean, could the outcomes eliminate it, extend it, reduce it? I wonder what its status is.
We don't engage with the back and forth online, Mr. Applebaum, so do you have more comments?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Richard Clausen. Mr. Clausen, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, you're probably used to bigger numbers than I am, but $750,000 for a consultant is a big number to me. And I'm just interested to know whether staff will have the responsibility for shepherding the consultant expenses so that they come in under or within the budget. It just seems like large projects like this, and this is a large project, have a tendency to gather steam and very often go over budget, and that's not something that we'd like to see, and certainly not be surprised by toward the end of an unfinished project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further speakers online, Ms. Kovacs?
There are no further speakers.
Okay, very good. It's back to the council for comment. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have three suggestions for staff and then some brief comments. And top of page 7, in the staff report, you list out some touch places for the project, mainly council and a couple of the boards or commissions. And it just seems jumping out at me that the Transportation and Circulation Committee and downtown parking aren't listed there. I think both of them, Transportation and Circulation, obviously, both up and down State Street, and the cross streets has just a huge role, I think, to play in the process of bringing their knowledge and history and ideas to go forward and not have to rely on people who don't know as much of them. And same thing with downtown parking. Downtown parking in particular with their nexus back and forth from the parking lots to what State Street will become. I know nobody wants to add more meetings, go to more meetings. I think there's one or two touch points still allowed in the contract, or you could actually just combine those or combine them with the Planning Commission one and make it a big party group. But those jump out at me as being missing, and I don't think they should be. And then on something called 2.4, might be in the contract, which is, sorry, jump around, stormwater technical study. Later today, I'm sure you're going to hear when we talk about the next item that stormwater constraints, the stormwater constraints that play a role on housing development downtown. So I would hope that when we're talking about stormwater studies and whatnot as part of the State Street project, we're also taking into consideration future development downtown and how that plays into what we're doing on State Street. Because I'm pretty sure most everything on surrounding State Street drains onto the streets still these days. And I know when people ask to get developed and the challenge it becomes not to do that, that we should also be planning those infrastructure choices for that's coming with the housing or other development downtown, also with our particular study on the State Street itself. I see Eli nodding, so it's my long way of saying something probably very simple. And then I don't think everybody has time to wander through you may be thinking of this already too, to wander through the 66-page the contract, but a couple questions I've already heard on who are they going to see, when are they going to see it, does my group get to see it? I kind of think you need an abbreviated outline of scope that says it's going to go to Planning Commission 3 times, or it's going to, and what the sequence is, and it's going to have these outreach things, and it's probably just some cut and pasting into a couple pages that would make sense, so somebody knows that it's coming to council multiple times, it's going to Planning Commission multiple times, whatever that looks like. That would be my only other suggestion. And then I'm going to say Daniel's last name wrong, but is he the project lead on this?
Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. So Makul Malhotra is the project manager, and Daniel Isafano is the principal. They will both be engaged and involved from the MIG teams. Daniel will be at the State Street Advisory Committee meetings.
So there's a couple of us that are old enough sitting up here to have gone through at least one half-day with Daniel, and that was when we were on Downtown Santa Barbara's board, a half-day planning section on downtown, which I just remember what strikes me at that time that makes absolutely no sense to the situation is a man trying to hold 10 different colors of magic markers all at once in his hands and scrawling lines all over a whiteboard and leading us through multiple choices and directions and ideas and the energy that was in the room at that time. So when people are wanting to talk about not a connection to Santa Barbara or is this really good firm, I did not connect that with MIG until I wandered through the contract and saw the bios at the end, and it pleases me to no end. I would caution, though, that a good consultant is just planting the seed, and it needs the medium to grow in from experience. And that I know we have a good consultant. I'm hoping the medium's good, but those of you who are getting so excited, myself included, it takes the so excited people to participate too. If you stand on the sidelines, the not so excited people float to the top. And so if you are so excited, it is incumbent on those of us who are to participate and help this project along. I have no doubt there will be challenges. I have no doubt there will be mistakes made where we have to get back up and work through those and correct them. But I also think, just like Mr. I'm so excited down at the end, that this is a really, really big moment for downtown and the city of Santa Barbara. And I'm looking forward to helping do some of the work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please don't entice Mr. Freeman to start singing again if you don't mind. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I will certainly not sing. So I think I just want to go back a little bit and acknowledge that downtown in Santa Barbara is not the gem that it could be. I think we all acknowledge that, and it's a mistake to think that because we're in transition that this is the reason that we're not the gem that we could be. I believe the reason is that we haven't done the visionary planning with the entire community and put the funding and resources behind being the city we all know that we really are. And that is more than just design. It is a lot of community engagement. We're a strong community. We like to be together. We like to be outdoors together and celebrating together. We don't want to be isolated in our cars or isolated inside buildings shopping. We want to be out in community. And what we've experienced in these last 2 years has really just confirmed that togetherness and sense of community is vital. We talk a lot about revitalization, but I think this is at core value vital to who we are and what we want to bring. I've been advocating for this long before COVID. When we started talking about De La Guerra Plaza and Library Plaza and all these individual pieces that weren't integrated all together into a unified vision, I think we all could see there was a lack of a plan, and whose job it was to come up with that plan or how we would bring the community in on that plan was a big question mark. And then came COVID. And what that did was just jumpstart a process that we already believed we needed. It was maybe the only silver lining of that entire time. We really can't just rest on our laurels. And this type of planning takes money. It takes time. It takes community engagement. It takes all that excitement and implementing it into a plan. We put together, to our credit, a fantastic advisory committee with representatives and perspectives from all members of the community. That doesn't mean we're done with that. I'm really gratified to see that that will be what houses all that community input and direction and through a framework that can get us to where we want to go. We're not handing it to any one person. This belongs to all of us, and this is for all of us, and not just to make it what it was in the past, but to bring that all together into what we could be for our future. This is so important. Again, very, very excited for us to be here, and we owe it to our community to do this right. So even the previous State Street Ad Hoc Advisory Committee in its previous iteration did extensive outreach with the committee. I really have to credit Rob Dayton for his enthusiasm and vision for starting this process and what it could be and taking that a really initial step in jump starting. He and staff took that around to all of the boards and commissions. I think there were 14 different public outreach meetings, and over again, the response was overwhelming in support of that this is what we need and this is what we need now, not in the future, but now. And now, since we've been closed, open, however you want to call it, transformed for these 2 years, it really, to me, has just strengthened that commitment and confirmed that this is a great direction to be going in. I would say the support has not waned. If anything, anytime we even breathe a mention that we might be reverting backward, we get overwhelming support from the community to please not take this away, please keep this going, but also overwhelming cries for this isn't done right, this isn't carefully planned, this is beginning to look a little shabby after 2 years, what was exciting is now falling apart a little bit, and the way out of that is to do this very structured, careful planning. It's going to take money. That's just what it takes. When we first started looking at this, we were talking a lot about infrastructure. Where will the utilities go? Where will the stormwater go? Not super exciting, not super visionary. It took this starting of this State Street Advisory Committee and all the varied voices on there and input to move this now past the information year of getting all up to date on those items to now be able to launch the vision process. And I am so excited that this is happening, and it's been a very, very long time coming. So I am swayed by the experience as described about these consultants. I'm also swayed that they won't actually be doing the design, but will be utilizing all of our strong community input. We have artists here, architects, very strong community members who want to put their stamp on this design. And with how it's been described and the number of times and ways that that input will be considered, I feel confident that this will be done. And again, we have to invest in this long-range vision for downtown. Otherwise, we'll just keep having whack-a-mole of trying to fix this problem here or revitalize this little corner or this little corner without the whole corridor being vital. The vision needs to be unified. I think we'll get there. Interrelated. It has to be responsive to our locals, celebratory of our history and our culture, and that's all of our history and our culture. Celebrating the arts, bringing in the community. I have seen more youth and more older people downtown than ever before. It is now a place where everybody feels agency, which is maybe why everybody wants to write in so often and say what's not going right, which I appreciate because these are things that have to be integrated and fixed. We saw the need to put together a vibrant and knowledgeable committee. We've done that. That committee worked very hard to come up with the best consultant for us, given where we are and what it is that we're trying to achieve, which truly is visionary. So this is for you, the community. This is for us to help us really integrate your input. And it's time for us to shine, and this is going to get us there. So I support.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I include myself in this, but there's nothing like a city council meeting to deflate the excitement. And I should have maybe used Kate Bush, Running Up That Hill, as a more apropos song for where we're going. But so I want to start, when, again, Mr. Davis, when he mentioned Hal Conklin, it reminded me that not too long ago I watched a documentary produced by City TV and Tony Ruggieri. And it came out in 2000, and it's 2.5 hours, and it won awards. It's outstanding, and it goes through the whole history of Santa Barbara, and it provides a lot of perspective and a lot of issues that Councilmember Snedden, Councilmember Jordan, and our staff mentioned just about the history we have and the moment we have, and how we have a responsibility to carry on what was behind us, but also plan for the future. And for those who, you can find it on YouTube, and it's 2.5 hours, but the last 45 minutes is really cognizant today's discussion. And there's interviews of Mr. Davis and Hal Conklin and Paul Rellis, as many of us know, on the importance of just the community and what it means and a lot of the challenges we're facing, not just with State Street, but with housing, and which is coming up next, and there's a lot of perspective there. And the moment, and it really puts in the moment what we're doing here. So I'm supportive of moving this forward in the consultant. I think it was a very thorough process, and we found a consultant who's going to be responsive to the community needs and work with the community so the community informs it, but also responsive to the city as an organization, our needs, because there are certain needs as an organization that the city has with infrastructure, stormwater, all those types of things, mandatory state regulations in terms of building code and all that. The scope of the contract was developed by the State Street Advisory Committee, but it came back to council, and council blessed the scope of the work that's in this contract. And I think today's discussion showed that it goes beyond, the reason we're hiring a consultant is it goes beyond the planning expertise that we have in-house, not to mention many of our staff, or almost all of them, are involved in major projects that are also benefiting the community. So we wouldn't be able to reassign them to this project without having impacts to other projects. So having that full comprehensive product that the consultant has, plus a consultant who has worked on projects outside the area, brings in examples of what other communities have done, which can inform us. And so when we're planning for the next 25 years plus, for not just State Street, but downtown, it makes sense to use the tools available to us to get what we want and what we expect, and to live up to the past. We're the leaders now. Our community is here, and we have an opportunity to really take the initiative as previous generations in Santa Barbara did. And so using the available tools is something we should do. And to put it in perspective, I know Mr. Clausen in public comment was talking about $700,000. Yeah, that's a lot of money, I agree. But when you put it in perspective that we're spending $700,000 for over 25 plus years, that is billions when it's done in economic activity that will take place. So spending that money now is on the consultant is for all the reasons is worth it. I do want to address something real, hopefully briefly, is the interim process that we have. I don't think that the council has given full consideration to the interim process when it came to council a few weeks back or a month or so ago. There's a lot more issues here, and it made it clear today during the presentation and some of the responses the questions I heard from Ms. Harris. In particular, it's not just about parades when you're talking about portability and other things. It's about the flexibility that we have to activate State Street and try new things that will inform the master planning process. And that's what the discussion today is that there are opportunities to activate State Street that will provide information. Whether it's, hey, is portability even effective? Can we do portability on those? How do you address stormwater and cleaning? We could test that out. So that's information that would go to the master planning process. What are some of the other things we could do block by block where we're activating it that the current direction the council has given has limited us? And the last thing we want to do is limit ourselves and limit the information that is available to the master planning committee. So I just think that there might be an opportunity to have a more in-depth discussion because it's not just about parades on State Street right now, and just to try new things out. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I can be really brief. Hopefully, can you guys hear me, Mr. Mayor?
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble with my audio earlier. I will be brief because I'm going to just associate myself with the comments of everyone who's spoken, really, particularly Councilwoman Sneddon, who very well captured my own sentiment in this moment. It really is an exciting day for a lot of reasons. All of our colleagues have very well articulated not only the complexity of what we're about to undertake. There are a myriad different elements that have to come together, myriad different community members and stakeholders, all of us really who have to be engaged to create this visionary plan. But what is so exciting about this moment and what is really sort of profound and in some ways, it's causing me to reflect a little bit on just what this moment really is. We are not only putting together a plan for right now, it certainly is for right now, but it's also for generations to come. Councilmember Friedman just said it. This is really, really our chance to put together something that serves all of us now and will continue to serve all of us into the future. We have the right people at the table on the State Street Advisory Committee. Mr. Davis spoke so eloquently about what this moment means. We have some of the brightest, most engaged minds in the city of Santa Barbara from many different sectors who are going to be working at this full speed ahead. So I am really, really excited to be voting yes and to moving forward. I did want to just make a brief comment in reaction to what Councilmember Friedman just said. I agree with him. There do need to be interim standards. That's important. And in my own view, that is a big part of the work of the Council Ad Hoc Committee. My understanding is that you all will continue to do your work, and that is going to be critical, in my view, as we move forward with this master planning effort. I think if those two tracks work in parallel, that's how we will end up not only with something that works for us the next few years as we develop this vision for the next 25, 50, 75 years of our downtown, but also what will work for the future. So really my thanks to staff, to the State Street Advisory Committee, particularly those members that were engaged in this RFP process. It's an exciting moment, and I'm very happy to be voting yes on this today.
Thank you. Well, per the council agenda report and certainly per Mr. Davies, this isn't a brand new idea. We've been talking about this for a long, long time, and we've done 3 different consultant reports within the last decade. None of them quite touched the 6-figure mark, so I was a little surprised when I heard initially we were talking a couple $100,000, now we're $800,000. But that being said, having seen the scope of the work, I can understand why it is what it is. Ms. Harris pointed out what I think is a pretty ambitious timeline. Although I've been admonished not to underestimate Ms. Harris, so I think she could probably drive this bus. But having been part of Plan Santa Barbara, the Library Plaza, the De La Guerra Plaza, the police station committees from 20-plus years ago, that's usually not how we roll in Santa Barbara. And the difference is also, we have no funding identified for any capital projects along State Street. We did Measure C based on those other projects to finally bring them out of the ground, like the Library Plaza, like De La Guerra Plaza, and now the police station. This isn't planned for. So I'm not sure what the capital commitment's going to be or when we could possibly think about trying to figure out how to fund that. But right now, it's a little obscure. The work done by the committee and by staff has been fabulous. Where we've fallen down, however, is on the interim plan. And I'm not sure if anybody in this room is particularly satisfied with the state of State Street and the way things look. I'm certainly not. I think we are not clean, and we're certainly not compliant with a lot of laws and rules. And I was informed the other day that some of the laws and rules are being used as excuses not to do this, and that my curmudgeonly ways are just an excuse not to take away the parklets. Couldn't be further from the truth. I want to get there, but in no way would I direct Ms. Bjork, or nor would she direct her staff, to ignore or to brush aside codes, laws, and health and public safety. It's not something made up as an excuse. It's a real thing. And I think when you see the parklets that are covering storm drains, when you see electrical cords going out there, yeah, I wouldn't have put more money into those things because 3 years ago, they didn't know how long they were going to be up. But we're going to go into our third summer of no plans, no rules, no rent. By the time we're done with this planning process, part of the timeline, it'll be the fourth summer, no rules, no rent, no design standards. These are public areas where people sit, people take their children, their mothers, and whatever. And yes, it hasn't rained in a long time, I get that. But sometimes when it rains really hard here. And we do have a storm drain system that's there for a reason. And right now, the storm drain system is not going to work. But the idea of having it clean and having it safe and having public health is not mutually exclusive to having the promenade. We can have both. Frankly, I'm a little disturbed by the lack of cooperation. We haven't even got everybody to do the ADA requirements yet that we've been working on for 4 or 5 months. It's gotten a lot better. But the idea of just the flat-out refusal to go further has really bothered me. I was in that business. I know it's hard, and it's about to get a lot harder. I think we're between labor, supplies, and looking at potentially a recession, things are getting a lot harder. And so I get it. I read the book. I might have written the book. Who knows? But the answer is this. I go, we have a duty to provide for the health and public safety of our citizens. That's not in question. That's not a theory. That's not an ideology. That's what we have to do. Right now, we're not doing that. And in terms of the aesthetics, I don't really like going out on State Street and sticking to the sidewalk, and that's what we're doing right now. Yeah, we're about ready to start cleaning, but we can't clean as thoroughly as we would otherwise. We're going to add more lights, which is going to really help. And these are interim steps, but they're not an interim plan. And the interim plan does not require design, it requires a strategy. It requires policy. It requires compliance. It requires all those things so we can get in there and clean up. That means we can make sure that ensure everybody's safe, that we're not going to have a fire or a collapsing platform or whatever. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but none of that stuff was built to last. For good reason, like I said. Nobody knew how long it was going to be. So I'm upset that we haven't given more direction to let people know what's going to happen. Now, Ms. Harris has given that direction. We know that's going to happen. The timeline, I don't know. It's going to take a while, and it's a big deal and a big plan. We've got a plan in the meantime. Status quo is not acceptable in my book. I don't think in anybody's book, really. So I am prepared to support this if we are willing to direct staff to start working on and coming up with an interim plan or way to get through this, or an enforcement policy. I'm not willing to support it otherwise. There's nothing wrong with the consultant contract, certainly nothing wrong by the efforts made by staff and the committee. But I mean, I don't know how else to do this. We've had 3 attempts to get compliance. We have failed on all of them. And I don't think we can continue this way. I think we have to move forward, and I think we have to do our job. And our job is to provide for the health and human safety that's out there. So with that, I would propose, I guess, a motion to say that part of the resolution would be to direct staff to move forward on a compliance plan very similar to what Ms. Bjork proposed before, not including but not limited to cleaning, stormwater protection, ADA compliance, electrical, structural, aesthetic, rent, portability, all those things that were supposed to come out in the beginning. Ms. Ned mentioned Mr. Dayton, which was, yeah, he kicked this all off. It was great. We didn't follow up on any of the stuff that was supposed to happen. Those instructions went out initially. We just kind of did no rules just right because we were trying to be business friendly, and we were business friendly, and that's fine. Now it's time to clean up. And it doesn't mean getting rid of the parklets. It doesn't mean closing people down. But what it does mean is we need to partner with these people to make it work so we can get in and clean and get now I'm going to call them dust bunnies to be polite, but whatever underneath those decks needs to be cleaned out. It needs to be cleaned out sooner than later. So that would be my proposal. I'll call that a motion if anybody cares to try to comment or second that. Ms. Sned, you got your light on.
I will second your motion.
Thank you very much.
I completely agree that it's time. I think that I will personally apologize that our last presentation to council from the ad hoc committee was incomplete and insufficient. And we are ready with our recommendations, and we have a timeline. I could ask Ms. Bjork on when we think they're ready, but we have weighed in on our recommendations and are ready to hear them at council.
Ms. Bjork?
Mayor Rouse, I believe we're shooting for early September to come back to council.
Okay, very good. There's a motion and a second on the floor, which isn't really part of the resolution. But let's go ahead and take a vote on that if we can.
Mr. Mayor, could I just interrupt
Yes,
for
ma'am.
1 minute? Because there's nothing on the agenda that's posted agenda that goes to your motion, so I'm not quite sure where this fits.
It comes in on the, I picked this out
There's,
earlier. Wait a
there's
minute.
2 items on the agenda. One is to receive an update on the State Street
Those are the
Advisory Plan,
recommendations.
and the other
It
is the
was
contract, so.
Part of the executive summary, I don't know if that qualifies or not. The executive summary was the report back from staff on
Right,
status
so
of
this
event
would,
forward.
this would be part of the report back from staff,
Yeah.
would be to add a motion to direct staff to do further work on the,
If that would help, I would gladly do that.
so it would just be a direction to staff to follow up on prior actions that they were
Correct.
directed to
Correct. I'm not trying to
take?
reinvent
I mean,
the wheel. I'm
I
just-
apologize for kind of
No,
floundering here, but
that's what you do.
just trying to pinpoint.
That's why you're in the big seat.
Okay,
All right.
so maybe that's and does staff kind of understand where that would fit?
Yeah, it would be part of your report back, and it would be the progress on that. That once again,
Yeah.
these are instructions you've had before from the administration, and what we need is compliance.
Right, so report back on compliance with those prior actions.
Ms. Bjork, you have a comment?
Mayor Rouse, council members, my understanding of what we will be bringing forward is developed with input from the advisory committee and would then have council's action. So I know the things that we had contemplated, and council, please correct me if I'm missing something, was very basic aesthetic standards for new construction, the size of outdoor areas, the rent for the area, and then we had not made any decisions, to my recollection, this is where I need to be corrected perhaps, on portability and parades. At this time, we were going to leave the existing pieces more or less as they are.
Once again, the portability was more about the health and human safety aspect of cleaning, which I think is essential. The parade thing could be something that we talked about later, but I just want to get to the point where where our staff can actually be out there enforcing laws that they know exist.
Mayor Rouse, we will return, as we had scheduled to, with a menu that will give council
you.
sufficient room to make the recommendations they'd like.
Very good. And the second of the motion is okay with that? Okay, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on that, Ms. Kovacs.
Can I repeat back the motion, please?
Was that, there's not a, what's that?
Yeah, I was just wanting to make sure the clerk understood the motion.
Yes.
So what I have is a motion to approve the to direct staff to report back on compliance with prior actions.
Yep, it's part of the executive summary, right. It's part of
And
the
this will be
duties already
separate-
outlined in the executive summary.
And this is separate from a
It'll be
motion?
separate from the action.
Okay. So the motion is to direct staff to report back on compliance with prior actions.
Correct.
And the roll call vote, Councilmember Friedman?
Wait a minute, we have a comment to the motion, Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no idea what that is. I've tossed my executive summary already, and what I heard you say was direction from administration, and I have no clue what direction from administration is. I think the proper protocol would be direction from city council, and I don't think what we're talking about is the same as direction from city council. So I'm not going to support this motion and put a blemish on it because I don't get the second part of it at all. I suspect the ad hoc committee is further along than you think it is. And that's not part of today's agenda, and I didn't bring my notes in either. I'm uncomfortable with what I heard before being referenced as direction from administration. That does not exist in my mind right now.
Okay, well, the direction did exist before. I had thought that perhaps the ad hoc committee was going to help carry that out, which it did not. And so we came up with a different set of rules. We came up with a different set of agenda items, as I recall, the last minute. So I'm trying to respond to that. I'm trying to get us back on that track where we can have a direction going forward that allows the committee and the consultant to get their work done while at the same time getting a clean and safe State Street that we need to go. Ms. Sneddon, you had a comment?
I do to that point. So it was incomplete, and there was miscommunication about what would be brought to council, and the ad hoc committee immediately set back to work, and we have our recommendations for size, aesthetics, rent, portability, parades, which should be decided by council, cleaning, lighting, and ADA compliance. So, and staff has diligently been working on that, and we'll bring that to council so that council can decide what direction to go. It's time to make those decisions and move on. So that's already was directed at our last unsuccessful council meeting when this item was brought forward, but it is scheduled for September, October, and I think we're ready to do that.
But
So
I didn't get any of that at the last meeting. That is actually what I was expecting.
It wa-
We did
as
not
was
get-
I.
Yeah.
It wasn't ready, and my
Right.
apologies.
And when you say cleaning, do you mean actual portability?
We mean deep cleaning, and which may or may not require portability, but portability needs to be decided by council, and it's time. That has to be set and decided so we can move on. But we are far afield of today's agenda. But those items, we have taken your input seriously and have come up with our recommendations.
All right, Mr. Friedman.
I'll just say that I agree with what you're saying, Mayor, 100%, and my comments earlier. But it seems like that's already coming back to council, all those issues. And so I'm not sure if we need to have the second motion, but if we go for a roll call vote, I'll vote. I'll vote how I'm going to vote. I got to think about it for a second. So.
Okay. Do you have another comment, Ms. Sneddon? No. Okay. All right, very good. It's actually news to me that the subcommittee apparently had this teed up. I'm not sure we're very clear on the portability aspect, and I'm not really sure how we really clean underneath all those platforms without portability. And I don't think portability and the promenade are mutually exclusive, like I said. I think we can have both. What I've seen is a colossal lack of cooperation in that line. And I'd like to have cooperation because our staff has responsibility for health and human safety, and we're sworn to uphold that ourselves. So what is it we do to make that happen?
Mayor Rouse, I do believe that this is queued up for us to have the discussion already on workload that's been directed to staff.
All right, so you don't need a motion.
I do not believe so. I think we got that at the last, we have continued to work on it. What we will need is clear direction from council when we return.
All right, well, we
Yeah,
will.
and Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt too, we'll be coming back on a future agenda. So I think that's already planned for a future agenda, so.
All right, well, I'm going to be relatively sticky about my laundry list because my laundry list is in fact not bureaucratic choices and bureaucratic posturing. There's actually laws and codes, and I plan to stick to those. And I think everybody expects us to stick to those. So any statement to the contrary, I think, is not where we should be at. So I will withdraw the motion. And I have Ms. Sneddon and Mr. Freeman, your light's still on. Do you have further comments? Ms. Sneddon?
Oh, I was prepared to make the motion to award the contract for consulting services to MIG in the amount not to exceed $709,156 for the State Street Master Plan.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Second by Friedman. Oh, Ms. Harmon, do you have something?
I was just seconding, but we can leave it to
Let-
Mr. Friedman.
Let Ms. Harmon have it.
Yeah, nice try. Okay, very good. There's a motion and a second on the floor for the staff recommendation. Ms. Kovacs, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Rouse, can I just clarify that the maker of the motion also included the money for changes in addition?
It was the full recommendation B.
And the seconder? All right. Ms. Kovacs, if you would, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, pass unanimously. Thank you. We have our next item coming up, but we also have to break for the translators. Do we not, Ms. Bjork?
Mayor Rouse, we generally break around 4 o'clock. If that's your pleasure, we can break now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. When we come back, we've got a number of speakers. So we're going to go 2 minutes per. If you want to combine speakers, it can be 2 + 1 + 1 + 1 for a total of 5. All right? So if you want to speak among yourselves. In the meantime, we'll take a little break, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. back to order. And Madam Clerk, would you read the next item, please? Actually, we're missing our city administrator, aren't we?
Oh.
Where does she go? That's not her?
Yasmin, maybe you can get.
Okay, we'll give it 1 minute, please. We'll go ahead and call this back to order, please. Madam Clerk, would you read the item?
Item 17, Public Draft 2023 Housing Element.
All righty, it's nice, Mr. Gullett, we'll go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. I'm Rosie Deisty, Project Planner with Community Development Department, and I'm here today to present on our draft housing element. The purpose of our hearing today is to receive a presentation on this draft document, hear public comment, and ask for your feedback on the document. As we go through this presentation, I have a couple of questions to pose to you just to think about as we go through it. And those are in particular related to the programs, which are the items that staff would be implementing regarding the housing element to carry out the goals. So we want to know, which programs do you support? What changes would you like to see? And what are your top priorities for implementation? My presentation today will include a little bit about the state requirements for housing elements, a summary of public outreach. We'll highlight some of the data in the document. We'll talk about our community's housing needs and the suitable sites for housing in our community. We'll talk about the programs. I'll give a little summary of the reviews to date and comments we've heard, and end on a recommendation. So first, I'll start with what is a housing element. Well, it is a required part of our city's general plan. It recognizes housing as a critical need for our community. It requires the city to plan for its fair share of affordable housing, and it does undergo periodic updates per state law. What's in the housing element, I highlighted goals, policies, and programs because that's really the roadmap for our city for the next 8 years on how we're going to satisfy the housing needs of our community. But it also includes demographics, our housing needs, some of the constraints to housing and the resources that are available for constructing housing. We have a suitable sites inventory that shows that we have the capacity to accommodate housing. We have a required review of our 2015 through 2022 housing element. It goes through how we did in the past 8 years. We have a new section, it's called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, and that's based on state laws that passed in 2018 that require housing elements to include a program that promotes and furthers fair housing opportunities. So what this means is taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity. We also include our public outreach efforts and a lot of supporting documentation in the appendices. So the content of a housing element is directed by state housing element laws. Again, it does need to be updated every 8 years. Our last update was in 2015. That's also called the 5th cycle, so we are now entering the 6th cycle. And the State Department of Housing and Community Development has a unique oversight and certification of this housing element. So the timeline to adoption to date is we've had public draft hearings in the month of July. We also went to the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago. We then take the input we heard on these public draft hearings and public input we have been receiving, and we revise the draft and submit it to the Housing and Community Development Department for review. So that's their first review period. And so we anticipate that happening between August and November. Then we anticipate getting comments back from HCD, doing another revision. Then we would go back into public hearings with Planning Commission and your council in January and February. And the final date is something we're tied to. We have to have a locally adopted housing element by February 15th, 2023. It then gets submitted back to Housing and Community Development for certification. So the way their review and certification goes at the state level is there is an initial 90-day review of this revised draft. Again, we're anticipating that to occur August to November. Then they do certification review after City Council adopts it. And the reason why certification is important is because it helps the city retain eligibility for certain state and federal grant funds. It lets us retain local control. And it also helps us avoid any lawsuits we could be involved in by not having a certified housing element. For public outreach, we started back when your council initiated this update as a general plan amendment. So we sent out email notifications of the housing element update that reached about 38,000 people. We encouraged people to sign up to be notified. We've held approximately 28 virtual meetings where we provided an intro to the housing element to many groups ranging from 2 people to 30 people. We prepared an educational video that's both in English and Spanish, and that's available on our website. There was a in-person and live stream public workshop. It was a joint workshop between our city, the County of Santa Barbara, and the cities of Goleta and Carpinteria. And then we plan to continue this public outreach. We're still doing it now, and we want to continue it with the subsequent drafts. Okay, next I'll go into some data highlights. There's a lot of demographics in this document, but some of the highlights are for our population. It's grown about 5% since 2010, but the average annual growth rate is slowing in recent years. Our median age is 39 in the city, and about 18% of our population is over 65. And for jobs, we've got about 45% of our residents in business, management, science, or art professions. Our existing housing stock was majority built before 1980, about 75%. Most of the housing stock is in sound or pretty good condition with just minor repairs needed. This was based on an on-the-ground exterior survey of our housing units that we conducted as part of this update. And about 6.5% of our housing stock is considered vacant. We have a majority of renter households in our city at about 59%, owners at 41%. Of those, about 12% of renters are considered overcrowded, and that's defined as more than 1 person per room, excluding kitchens and bathrooms. And then of our renters, they carry a pretty heavy cost burden. Cost burden means that they're paying over 30% of their income on rent. So that's 50% of renters, and of those, 26% have a severe cost burden, meaning they're paying over 50% of their gross income on rent. It's a little less for owners. They're at 32% cost burden of 30% and 17% with a 50% cost burden. Another of the aspects of this housing element that we look at are housing constraints. So those include governmental, non-governmental, and environmental. And so governmental constraints, we did have a consultant that helped us with this part of the document, and they identified some zoning amendments that we should be carrying out to comply with recent state laws, and also some amendments to certain of our permit processes and procedures to release some of those government constraints. Non-governmental constraints are really out of our control, but they include financing, the cost of land and construction, things like that. And then for our city, environmental constraints include wildfire, flooding, and coastal seismic and hillside and slope hazards. In addition, we do have some significant biological and cultural resources. Most of these constraints can be mitigated through construction techniques. So we're able to still build the housing we need, taking into account these constraints. So those are the areas that we looked at for these. Next, I'll talk about housing needs and suitable sites. So housing needs are kind of considered by the numbers, and we have several numbers in this document that I wanted to just give an overview about. First, we have our regional housing needs assessment or allocation, and those are the numbers that come down from the state to the county, or in our case, it's Santa Barbara Council or Council Area Governments, or SBCAG, who then divides them out to the city of Santa Barbara, the county, and all the other cities in their jurisdiction. Then we need to look at our housing capacity, or we call that the suitable sites inventory. So that's how many housing units we think can be accommodated in our city per existing zoning. We account for some of the constraints I mentioned, and we also add a buffer to that number. And the buffer is per state guidance, where we want to go a little bit above the numbers handed down through the RHNA allocation, and that's to ensure we maintain sufficient capacity to accommodate our housing needs throughout the 8-year housing element cycle. The other number we look at are quantified objectives. So this is also required by the state, and this is where we look at units that are likely to be built under current resources and constraints. So we don't take into account programs we're proposing in this housing element because we don't know when they'll be implemented yet or what their impact may be. So we look at past construction numbers and what we know now about our current resources and constraints, and then develop that quantified objective number. So this slide shows our regional housing needs from 2023 to 2031, and the city's allocation is done by income levels for a total of 8,001 units. The income levels are based on county area median income, which for 2022 is now $100,100 based on a family of 4. So our city's housing capacity to accommodate those numbers is divided with the suitable sites. So we looked at the sites in our city by income categories and came up with a total of 7,829 capacity. Then per state direction, we add in pending projects and accessory dwelling units. So the pending projects are all the projects who have submitted applications for housing development up until the end of June of this year. The accessory dwelling units, we project forward how many accessory dwelling units we think would be accommodated over the next year period, and we add those back into the suitable sites. And so that ends up with the number 9,545. So that gives us that buffer I mentioned earlier. Then we map where all these sites have been identified. So what this map shows are the suitable sites in green, and the pipeline projects or the pending projects in yellow. This map actually is available online, and you can actually click on each dot and find out more details about all these sites. And I wanted to mention for the suitable sites, what we did include, again, are the pending applications and ADUs, but they also had to have a development potential of at least 10 units. And it's based on realistic build-out density, parcel improvement value, land value, and parcel area, and that added buffer. And what's been removed from the suitable sites is public land, so that's including parks and parking lots that are not immediately planned for redevelopment, parcels that have city landmarks or structures of merit or are on the historic resources inventory, and parcels that had significant environmental constraints, so they were not included. Next, I'll go over some of our goals, policies, and programs. So the goals were reviewed by your council and approved previous, and it was one of our first steps in embarking on this housing element update. Then we had a planning commission work group and staff who drafted policies that relate to the goals. So the policies go into a little more detail about that goal direction, and then the specific programs that would be accomplished over the next 8 years to meet the policies and the goals. What's new for this housing element cycle is, in addition to saying what we're going to do in the next 8 years, we have to identify how it will be funded, at least in a general sense, whether it would be general fund or grants. We need to include a time frame for implementation, and that hasn't been included in this draft yet because we wanted to have these public hearings and a little public input on priorities before we just started setting timeframes. We also need to identify who's responsible for implementing the programs. So starting with goal 1, that's focused on creating new housing in our community. And the specific programs to accomplish this goal would be to facilitate adaptive reuse of existing structures. We also want to further facilitate accessory dwelling units and see what we can do to make it easier for people to permit those units. And also look at innovative housing types, maybe housing types we haven't considered in the past. We also want to, again, reduce the governmental constraints that were identified by our consultant team, prepare a specific plan for La Cumbre Plaza, and complete the Objective Design Standards project. This project was already started last year. It's a grant-funded project. It was put on hold for a little while staff refocused on the housing element, but we want to get that going again and get it adopted for multi-unit housing. Second goal is focused on prioritizing affordable housing. The specific programs we're proposing is an affordable housing overlay adoption. That would provide additional incentives for projects that propose a certain percentage of affordable housing. The details of that would be worked out later when the program is implemented. We want to evaluate our inclusionary housing ordinance, see if there's any adjustments that should be made, and also look at city-owned land for housing. We want to track how our accessory dwelling units are being used and rented so we can make adjustments in that program as we go along, and ensure that we maintain that adequate capacity for affordable housing throughout the 8-year period. Third goal is all about providing housing assistance for folks who need it, and this specific program is to create an affordable housing trust fund that's envisioned as a one-stop shop for any kind of funding that we take in that could be then handed out to nonprofits to build affordable housing, or maybe for income-qualified seniors or disabled residents to make adjustments to be able to stay in their homes. Fourth goal is focused on promoting housing stability. These specific programs are to continue supporting our successful rental housing mediation program and make any enhancements to that program that might be needed. We want to look into studying a right of first refusal program that would provide nonprofits an opportunity to purchase available housing. We want to look into adopting a short-term rental ordinance and also perhaps amendments to where hotels and residential units are both allowed. We want to evaluate our residential unit conversion ordinance, see if there's any adjustments we need to make to further promote housing stability and enhance our fair housing program. Goal 5 is focused on preserving housing. Specific programs would be to provide technical assistance for people who need it so they can stay in their homes, and again, potentially fund home repairs. Goal 6 is focused on engaging our community, and we want to make sure that we provide renters' rights information so everyone knows the rules, providing whatever housing resources are available for the public and they know where they can find them, and develop a campaign to make sure everyone knows about our housing supply, housing affordability, what projects are being built, how we're doing on our regional housing needs numbers, things like that. Goal 7, we want to coordinate with regional partners because we know that the housing issues are not just confined to our city boundaries, but it's really a South Coast housing issue. That's why we held a joint workshop with the county and Goleta and Carpinteria. We want to work with our partners to advocate for state legislation so we get the resources we need. And also consult and coordinate with our area schools because UCSB, Santa Barbara City College, private universities, and others, we know there's a lot of students here. They have needs for their faculty and staff, and we want to make sure housing needs are being considered. Finally, Goal 8 is all about funding affordable housing, and the specific programs for this goal is to secure a permanent source of funding for affordable housing in our community and support legislation, again, state legislation that would fund affordable housing. So, so far, what we've done is release this on July 5th, and it's a 30-day public review period, so we're asking for comments back by August 3rd. All the information is available on our webpage that's shown here. We also prepared printed copies that were distributed to the Eastside Library and City Hall. And we are asking for comments to be emailed, again, to this address shown here. Some of the themes we've heard in the public comment to date is a lot of support for a permanent source of funding for affordable housing. That's been promoted as one of the highest priorities we should look at. People are very interested in the Affordable Housing Overlay Program and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Heard some mention of excitement about looking at different innovative housing types. People are very interested in tenants' rights and also the right of first refusal to purchase program. This slide just briefly summarizes what we heard from the Planning Commission. It was a long hearing and we got lots of input, and the draft minutes from that hearing were sent to you ahead of this meeting today. But I did compile some of the top priorities we heard from Planning Commission members, and these are not listed in any particular order, but they are interested in the Affordable Housing Funding Program, the Short-Term Vacation Rental Hotel Ordinance Program, the Adaptive Reuse Program, and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. They did take a straw poll vote on 2 items. So the first one, they wanted to add a program to require new accessory dwelling units and average unit size density incentive program projects to report on their rents annually, and for, in particular, ADU owners to report how they intend to use their ADUs. The second vote they took was to make sure the Housing Trust Fund priorities would be recommended for very low and low-income deed-restricted housing providers, in particular the Housing Authority of Santa Barbara and other nonprofits. Environmental review for this project is being conducted through a draft program environmental impact report that's being prepared right now and should be available for public review in October. This will analyze housing growth to the year 2035, and that coincides also with our city's climate action plan update timeline, so it's combined to look at the housing element update and the climate action plan update together. Again, I'll just mention the questions for your council. Which programs do you support? What changes would you like to see the programs, and what are your top priorities for implementation? And I will end on the recommendation to receive public comment and ask for your feedback on the draft housing element. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Dicey. We have questions from the council. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, team. So, a kind of big picture question for me is, it's not clear to me after you go through this process for the next 30 days and then play with it, does this come back to council before you submit it?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan. So you have the initial 30-day review. We will revise the draft based on public input, and it will not come back to your council, or it's not planned to come back to your council until we've revised the draft based on comments we got from Housing and Community Development Department. So that would be approximately February.
So it wouldn't come back after, we wouldn't know if our comments got into it. We wouldn't know if comments got into that. We would only find out after it gets submitted and then sent back by HCD.
Councilmember Jordan, we do plan on, we will post how we amended the document, so it will be available for you and the public to see in a track changes format before it goes to or as it goes to HCD.
Is that a time issue or a protocol issue?
I believe it's a time issue. Does Mr. Gullett want to weigh in?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, thanks for the question. We are on tight timelines, as we've said, and it is a timeline issue. So we do have a work group with 2 members of Planning Commission that they're going to help us incorporate everyone's comments into this draft before we submit to HCD. There is an opportunity for council to view the document that we send to HCD during their 90-day review period. And we could look at priorities and get your feedback on that during that time.
But that's after it's already submitted.
It's after it's submitted. They're reviewing a draft initially, and then that isn't the final document that they're reviewing.
Okay, if they, for some reason, love it, right? We can all smile there, and are ready to adopt it, then it would come back here and have to be adopted. But if we didn't love it, then it would have to be changed and go back there again?
This initial period is for their feedback on a draft. So they have up to 90 days to review it, and then we have our environmental to complete. It goes to Planning Commission and City Council, and then back to HCD for certification after adoption by City Council.
All right. Then I'm just going to try and run through these as quickly as possible. Way too many questions. When staff or people reference rent costs year over year, right now, and I know that something hit my desk a month ago, the new rent survey for maybe last year or something. Can you briefly remind me how that information is gathered and how indicative it is of the total information that's really out there in the city?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, if I recall correctly, the information is gathered by, we hire a consultant who does a survey of rental properties and gets the rent in that manner.
And would we call that statistically credible based on the method of the survey?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that, but I expect, my expectation is, yes, we hire a company that is, we have hired the last couple of years, a company that is well-versed in the housing area. So I don't have reason not to have confidence.
I'm sure it could be worse than we even see, for that matter, too, if it's better. I'm sure I'm jumping around. A couple questions on the housing site inventory list, and the word that I keep seeing, it's likely in terms of being able to develop something on those sites. And two things in particular are bothering me about that list as I go through it. And one that some properties shown there are clearly whether infrastructure improvements that are there already, that have just been done, or you just look at them and anecdotally figure the lifetime of the business and or the structure that's there, and they're not anywhere near what we would call a normal lifetime. So how can those parcels make this list as a likely opportunity for development in the next 8 years?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we have been getting some comments on specific sites. We'll review all of them that we get. We did use several criteria. There was something like 60 different variables we started with. And one of the screens is assessor data that looks at the land value and the improvement value. So we don't expect properties that have newer buildings to be redeveloped anytime soon. So we excluded some of those lots. It's important to note that the suitable sites inventory is just us showing HCD that we can do it. And we cut it off at 10 units. So you needed at least 10 units in a project to get there. We know that we'll see many projects under that as well. But that's one of the criteria we looked at amongst others.
My language would be like possible, not probable is okay for HCD.
HCD is looking at the sites most suitable. So there's two different things. So suitable sites is, can you do it with your zoning and with the existing improvements? And that other category is the quantified objective. So that's like the likely build out during the time. And there is a lot of flexibility in that we could have. Some jurisdictions just claim that they'll build out their arena during a certain period. We haven't traditionally done that. And we are doing environmental review on this project as well. And it's important that we have some kind of a reasonable scenario in our environmental review. And that's what we tried to look at. But generally, our quantified objectives are about 50% more than what we have been building during this, anticipating some regulatory changes.
Okay. And my other concern on that list, it's a whole bunch of pages, so I just kind of page through them really quick, but it seems like there's a significant number of medium, high density parcel locations. And typically, when I see most of those, what you're showing on the line of for what it would be developed at typically runs 80% lower. So one of the two low, I assume that's one of the two lower income categories, and 20% moderate. Wherever have we seen a parcel developed in our history that's in medium density that builds at 80% lower income categories and 20% moderate?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, again, this is, it's kind of an academic exercise in a way, and it's a new one. So we have been advised by our consultant, BAE, who has done many of these and been monitoring others. And the income categories that are assigned are just to show capacity that we have them amongst many parcels. We don't have rules that say you have to have that mix of affordability, and we're not asked to by the state, but that's why we're required to have a buffer, so we have enough space on suitable sites into the future.
Right, but we have no history, and part of the state's narrative is likely, isn't it? Is that their word or our word?
It's their word for the quantified objectives.
Yeah.
So suitable sites are, it's likely, and it is to build. So we can see 100% market rate project, and we can't say no to it, but we have to be able to accommodate the affordable unit somewhere else if they're not provided in a particular project.
Well, I guess we know the answer to that, because it's not going to be built on those sites. And then I'd like to hear your comments on our definition of affordable and how we're doing that without using capital A or little a, because what I see sneaking into affordable is middle, which up until you hear that conversation is actually market rate, but it's a lower niche of what would be called market rate, so above moderate. And are we moving towards being able to accommodate not arena accomplishment, but the use of the word affordable for lower levels of market rate as long as they're deed restricted? So for example, if I could build a whole bunch of parcels at 120 to 200 and deed restrict those like they would be in an affordable category, although they wouldn't accomplish getting down in the 3 lower levels of the RHNA numbers, they would locally accomplish being maybe what we would call more affordable. Where are we going with that? And is there any potential to have that as a benefit to help with the RHNA numbers, or are we just stuck in their tier system?
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we are stuck with HCD's system, but that doesn't mean that we can't provide our own affordability categories. It would just count as above moderate for HCD, which is a category for HCD, but currently our inclusionary for ownership units for condos includes middle income. So that goes up to 160.
And then that middle I've heard is 120 to 160, right? And then are there other numerical qualifiers that we should be considering as affordable? Not, or probably in today's discussion, obviously, but just in terms of what's the big picture? I mean, is like up to 200 deed restricted an affordable category and kind of a, you know, a big picture benefit, or is up to 220? I mean, when does that stop just chipping away at that lower number there? A lower number in the above moderate category. Yeah,
Councilmember Jordan, there have been regulations that have supported housing up to 200% AMI. I think 535 East Montecito might have been a project that did.
Is that
deed restricted? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and I think the Castillo Carrillo lot will be another one of those, right? Okay. Then there's been a lot of discussion on the community benefit designation to anything that's rental. What, just if we wanted to change that, what are the barriers to doing so? Is that just an ordinance change? Does that get involved with anything in the charter? What happens?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we did start that conversation with Planning Commission in November to remove just any rental from the community benefit category.
And is that just an ordinance change?
It's an ordinance change.
Okay. And then I guess this is kind of going back to the site listing too. I just gravitated to the parcel addresses that I was familiar with. And so again, we have this weird, especially on the medium high, we have this weird combination of types of housing there that I'm not familiar ever seeing. And then do we not also have to take into consideration the other challenges that may exist, whether due to topography or other requirements? So like, here's my list, stormwater, particularly in downtown. Okay, there might be some parcels on or right off State Street that are in downtown that are restricted in terms of buildings around them and have no place to put their stormwater. Other ones that are down lower on State Street or off in the sides that have flood restraints. I know they have flood restraints. So again, is this part of the, just telling me it's just a process with HCD and they're really flexible and the word likely is kind of likely and we don't really have to make our numbers when we take into considerations what real on-the-ground challenges are for those lots?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we did look parcel by parcel. Parcels along creeks we took out. We took out parcels with historic resources or even potential historic resources, and looking at assessed data, parcel size, potential of project size. This exercise was to point to those sites most suitable for economies of scale and building apartment buildings.
Okay, and when we're talking challenges, I don't really see any, there's no recommendations when you get down to the programs, right? To talk about changes to stormwater regulations in those particular cases when it's affecting focus categories of rental housing?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, so when we discussed constraints section with our consultant BAE, they asked the city for a whole list of regulations and things that happen in our city, and we did bring up stormwater. They had a quick review of our regulations and sort of came to the conclusion that, yes, stormwater can sometimes impact a project, but it's not a true constraint to housing. So they didn't identify it as the biggest constraint. There may be some areas of the city where it really is a challenge, but they didn't identify it as a significant constraint.
Okay. And then same kind of question on erosion of units due to design review. So I'm not going to go over my poster child right now, but last week at Planning Commission, they got an opportunity to talk about that one too. And part of the response from staff was that since the applicant did not demand a denial, to then pursue an appeal, that the design process didn't violate any of the state mandates on loss of density. How's this best resolved? I mean, why are we putting a project in a position to have to ask for a denial and to go through an appeal process when clearly they're reacting to a design request and losing density in a zone that allows that density? What's the best way to recognize that and fix that in this process?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, we are proposing new findings that the boards would have to make in relation to RENA and providing for the densities that are essentially allowed by right.
And when those findings are colliding with compatibility or somebody's view in size, bulk, and scale, what happens? Do we just let one have priority over the other?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, the finding would be for consistency with state law. So we would make sure that it is known that certain numbers of units are just allowed by right. We are working on objective design standards moving forward that should streamline and clarify all of that process as well.
And so when you see these community comments on what is by right, this would be a potential example of what you mean by right in the process, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then can you talk about the the affordable housing overlay? My kind of overall sense is that's part of the clawback from the FAR discussion, that you're going to bring back how to do an AUD project, but to potentially get a little more density on that than it's currently met. But is it going to be predetermined in a geographic area, or is it going to be you can apply that overlay on a parcel by parcel basis when you meet the qualifiers? How do you see that working out?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, our public process and review of regulations for this has yet to come.
Okay.
So we don't know exactly what it's going to be, but as an overlay, we would define where it is and
geographically.
Yeah, it would likely line up with our priority housing overlay, maybe not exactly that way, but the intent is to get some more affordability out of projects, and we don't know exactly what that is. And related to that is a revisit of our inclusionary housing program and how that would work, and allowing for different levels of affordability with different percentages of units.
Okay. And then why do none of our program bullets in any one of our categories that would be appropriate include advocacy to help us meet HCD requirements? So like more funding, like the old RDA capital A part of funding, or building code revisions. So when you've got 3 buildings all squashed up against each other in downtown and you can't necessarily find a second way out of a bedroom, or your sprinkler, whatever, or stormwater, or whatever it is, why are we not recognizing and making it a program that some of our problem comes from the state and is an unfunded mandate, and we're not actively making that part of our housing element?
So Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, I think on the first part you mentioned funding. Why are we not, because we do have a program focused on funding for housing. The second part where you mentioned building code.
So actually the funding part was specifically directed at the loss of capital A affordability funding in the past that was part of the RDA.
Yes.
But that was only a 20% part of the RDA, right? I mean, the rest of it was subject to all kinds of mischief, which is why it went away. So,
Right.
But are we missing an opportunity to make a statement in our programs that we're advocating for funding to help remedy the 8,000 units that we had to build on top of the 4,000 units that we didn't build in the last 8 years.
I see where you're going. Yeah, we didn't specifically point out in the program the funding is to replace the RDA funds, but that's something we could add if you want to make that point. We also do, behind the concept of state legislation and working with our local jurisdictions on that, that came up as well, as we need to replace the RDA funding. On the building code items, there is a program, it's the adaptive reuse ordinance amendments. I can't guarantee we can do anything about building code requirements because those are somewhat out of our hand, but that would be where we would look at what we can do to make it easier to reuse existing buildings for housing.
Okay. Last question. Thank God, right? You caution us that a lot of this work will involve zoning ordinance amendments, which in my experience are just strap yourself in for a year or two while we go through that process. And if there's actual things that we want to do quicker than slog through a zoning amendment process, are there ways, is there an ability to claw those things out, get those sniffed at and approved, and then fast track those without waiting for the ordinance, like standard use of modifications or junior development agreements, or do they have to wait for the ordinance? I mean, so what I'm looking for is, like, if we all agree that this needs to take place, but you're going to go through this ordinance process that takes a year, is there a way to implement, you know, some of those components that we think would be a great bang for the buck quickly, and can that be done by a modification and we kind of make it a pre-mod approval, or can it be done by a junior development agreement where you're only putting the stuff in the development agreement that's pre-approved kind of thing, and we know we're building an ordinance? Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, it may take a small ordinance amendment to get there. So it could be different findings and a modification, like different considerations where staff hearing officer or the planning commission could approve something that they couldn't approve today. Otherwise, it would be a reinterpretation of what's
Okay.
in there
Perfect.
now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a number of questions, and some are following up on Councilmember Jordan. So I'll start with one of the last questions was the advocacy for legislation for permanent sources of funding to build housing. And could we include in there advocacy for that in terms of proposing that that it's a legislative priority, and include, where I'm going with this is that we have members of the council that are in leadership positions on committees on the League of Cities, such as Housing, Environmental Quality, and others that have discussing housing. So would that be helpful in terms of trying to find that funding source to put in a bullet in there as an advocacy? And we have our legislative program that we're trying to enhance.
Councilmember Friedman and Mayor Rouse, yes, I think we could add that. I don't see why not.
There wouldn't be any downsides. Okay, I'll come back to that during comments. So on page 17, there's a chart, and it goes through different scenarios of what was actually built. And so it's from 2010 to 2019, the difference in units from 5 to 9 is 3,493 to 3,803. So we built projects up 8.9%. But units from 10 to 19 went from 3,488 down to 3,287. So we lost 3.4% of units. So just trying to understand more. Those are housing projects of 5 to 9 units, and then housing projects from 10 to 19. So according to that, we actually lost some housing in developments that were 10 to 19. Am I reading that correctly?
Sure. Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, there's a couple of unusual things in this table that we're still trying to understand ourselves. For example, it's also been brought up, boat, RV, and van went from 22 to 0. So we're still diving into this a little bit and trying to, it's census data that we reported here. And it's based on, the 2010 is in reality based on 5 years from 2006 to 2010. And then the 2019 number is the 5 years from 2015 to 2019. We need to make a couple clarifications on this table so that's understood. So why some units dropped is a little bit hard to decipher from the census data, but we do plan on looking into it a little deeper and seeing if we can understand it as well.
Okay, so my confusion was not unwarranted on that. The reason that particular set of data that I read caught my interest is in, assuming this was the 2019, the council took an action after this, according to the data, to look at between projects that are 5 to 9 to charge an in-lieu fee rather than having them provide an affordable unit, and then projects that are 10 and up. So one of the things when you're re-looking at that, and something I'd be interested to understand, is are we leaving units on the table? Because if a developer came in and proposed a 10-unit project, the 10th unit would be affordable, which would change the economics of it. So they would just come in at 9, and even 11 or 12. And so it'd be helpful to understand the impacts of that. And I'll get to it in a little bit because I want to talk about in-lieu fees a little bit more. But that's something I think is important, because if we're getting a bunch of 9-unit projects when we could be getting 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-unit projects, but we're not getting them, I think that's something we need to understand. But being that data is a little off right now, I don't think that now's the time for that discussion, but something to look into. And just to clarify, the question I had was the middle income. So we're talking like 120 to 160. So we have a definition of middle income in the ownership, but not in rental. Is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we have a requirement in ownership but not in rental. There is a definition, and middle is 120 to 160.
In both ownership and rental?
Rental doesn't have any requirement associated with middle, so it's not with rental.
Okay, so if we wanted to do something for that particular income, because that's challenging as well, because there's no tax credit subsidies, so we would have to maybe spell something out in here to try to get programming and advocating for the 120 to 160. Okay, and then I'm gonna go through it. And if you could help me understand in the coastal zone. So we never implemented the AUD in the coastal zone for a number of reasons. But with the exception of ADUs, how can we facilitate more housing in the coastal zone? What policies and procedures should we be advocating for within the coastal zone?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, I was also involved in the update to the coastal land use plan that was certified in 2019. And when we wrote the policies to do with land use in that plan, we were anticipating that the AUD program would eventually be adopted there, and some other programs that could increase density. So we have sort of the policy framework for that. We just haven't done the next step of submitting the ordinance to the Coastal Commission yet for certification.
So is there any language, because we're trying to get housing, you have to get Coastal Commission approval for any policy, so that's another layer which slows down the process and adds a bureaucracy, both on our end of trying to get those in, plus when you're trying to develop projects within the coastal zone, so it adds cost and time. Is there any language when we get to deliberations that we could add in here that would support, whether it's advocating at the state or whatever, just to increase opportunities for housing in the coastal zone? So if you could think about that and maybe help us with some language, because I think we should be looking at the entire city, not just everything outside the coastal zone to provide housing. My next question, it goes to La Cumbre Plaza. And there's a lot of talk about La Cumbre Plaza. It is the big opportunity to move hundreds of units, if not more than 1,000, but I don't know if that's feasible over the course of this time, but it's zoned for, I think, 1900. So one of the issues is we're advocating for a specific plan in it's HE2. And one of the concerns I have is that La Cumbre Plaza is a very complex ownership structure. And if we aren't thoughtful and deliberate in working with the multiple owners, that we could miss out on an opportunity to really redevelop that part, the plaza. And even if it's one owner who doesn't get on board. And so are there other opportunities in addition to a specific plan that could help us achieve our goals of prioritizing housing, prioritizing community benefits such as parks, open space, or Royal Burrow Creek, but in particular the priority of having multiple housing income levels in the plaza for a specific plan or other ways? Because the concern that I have, and I've, is that the specific plan could limit us when we might need maximum flexibility because of the complications of that site. So are there other tools that we could use, or a combination of it?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, this could be subject to our affordable housing overlay as well. There's existing zoning that applies out there that's priority housing. Development agreement is available too. The city has been really interested in having a specific plan out there because there's some needed public improvements, needed circulation improvements in that area, and some amenities to the neighborhood that we think are very important. So we have had some meetings with the ownership, and there has been general interest in doing a specific plan out there, but we understand the need to be flexible as well.
Okay. And then my understanding from the Upper State Street plan is that it falls under that, and the height limit is 45 feet, whereas most of the parts of the city, it's 45 feet, and if you want to go to 60, you get the community benefit. But is that an option up there right now to go to 60 feet?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, it's not currently, but an ordinance amendment that removes those parcels from the Upper State Street overlay would free that up for them.
And that would be an opportunity specific to that site, especially if you were to scale it back towards the center or away from the State Street, where the 60-foot impact would probably have less of an impact than anywhere else in the city in terms of view sheds.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, a lot of questions here. So I want to go back to in lieu fees. So right now, when we have projects that are less than 10, or 5 to 9, we have an in lieu fee, and if they're over 10, then they have to build the unit. So one of the factors is we're looking for we're looking for income that's meaningful that we could collect and put in theoretically, hopefully, in an affordable housing trust fund, or something like that, and then ultimately get that to a place such as the Housing Authority that could use those funds to maximize more units using tax credits. So here's something I wanted to get your thoughts on. So is it worth it looking at an in lieu fee program, so with different options? And so one of them would be the option, which is the current system, but then there'd be 2 other options. One would be to pay all in lieu fees, and they need to be significant, in order that we could fulfill getting funding that we could get into the Housing Authority or other places. But there's another option that could come out, and is that if you had a project, you paid all in lieu. Say you had you had a project that was all in lieu, but if you wanted, this is a way to incentivize the middle income that we're talking about, the 120 to 160, where there's no incentives right now. And you have to pay the in lieu fees, but if you did a certain percentage of deed restricted middle income in the 120 to 160 range, you would get a sliding scale on the in lieu fees for the entire project. And so you would still pay the in lieu, but you would have these deed restricted, and it would be sliding. So if you came in at the 120, you would get a little bit more off your in lieu, whereas if you came into 160. So is that something other communities have done? Is it something that we should be discussing later on?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Goleta has recently implemented a inclusionary program where there's different income levels and there's different levels of affordability with that. I'm not sure if they have in lieu fees associated with that, but one of our proposed programs is to relook at our inclusionary creatively to provide some different opportunities. And taking in lieu fees versus units does provide funding that can be leveraged by entities like Housing Authority, and it could produce more affordable housing than we would get otherwise.
So I'll save my comments, but I am interested in what you just said about looking at our in lieu fee, because I think we might be able to actually maximize more affordable units if instead of doing 1 or 2 on a project, we got fees and those projects were able to contribute, and we were able to get a larger project from, say, the Housing Authority that could put, perhaps like 20 or 30 units versus 2 or 3 at a time. So, and then I have just a few more questions on the affordable housing overlay. On page 90, hold on one second, I need to pull it up. There's something that caught my eye. I'm just trying to understand what it says. My screen just went blank, but it says the affordable housing overlay zone will also be applied to parcels that were identified as suitable sites in the 2 prior housing element planning periods, non-vacant 5th-year cycle, vacant 4th and 5th-year cycle, but not yet developed with housing. So your earlier statement is that we would put the affordable housing overlay, we would have it designated as in certain areas, and that's what we go forward with it, not on a case-by-case basis. But this kind of, I'm trying to understand how that complies with what you were saying, because there might be some individual parcels, and it seems like that could lead to a case-by-case basis. And we'd have non-contiguous, so one parcel would be affordable housing overlay, one wouldn't, if you're basing it off of what's on page 90 there.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, based on what other comments we've been hearing from the public and the confusion about this paragraph was intended to allow for compliance with state law for those parcels that were identified in previous suitable sites inventories. We prefer it to be its own program so we can more specifically look at it, and it's outside of the affordable housing overlay. And we're looking at these requirements closer to just to understand them better, because there is a lot of misunderstanding about them. So we would prefer this to be peeled out. Essentially, if we do have to change our zoning to comply with this, it's something we would have to do within 3 years, and it would be dictated by HCD, and we would rather have our affordable housing overlay be something that's locally driven.
Okay, so we'll take that out, and we'll have a better community discussion and clarify that. Okay. And just 2 more questions. How would a vacancy tax on, say, second homes or unlicensed vacation rentals impact our, how would a vacancy tax impact unlicensed vacation rentals and other things like home ownership, fractional home ownership? So if we were to implement a vacancy tax, would it help us to address some of those issues that we're having with the loss of housing because they're being turned into vacation rentals?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, we haven't thoroughly just looked into a vacancy tax yet. It's an idea that's been mentioned from the public, Planning Commission, and something we've put on our list as one potential source of funding. And so I don't really have the answer to your question right now, because it's something we need to study first, see how other jurisdictions have implemented it, what the impacts are. So it's one of the list of ideas to raise funds for affordable housing that would be explored further when the program's actually implemented.
And is there anything within the housing element in one of our programs where we would want to explore this, or is it looking at funding, or would that just fall in the all-encompassing, looking at affordable housing funding sources?
It falls in the all-encompassing program. I think it's HE 25.
And then I would be interested in how it impacts illegal vacation rentals and fractional homeownership when you do that study. And then my last question, I didn't see it in here, but when we talk about the housing jobs imbalance, we're not really talking much about jobs. And when we create new jobs, we need new housing. And so in the past, we've had, for their very limited purposes, but Cottage was able to provide housing. And not every business, or very few, are Cottage, where they have the resources and the land to do that. But are there any programs that you're aware of, or something that we could include in further discussion about the business community also helping to address the housing issue? And if there are any other examples of other communities that have looked at that, or what role the business community plays. And if you don't have an answer, we can toss it around later.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, employer-sponsored housing is something that we've really wanted for a long time. It's in the code right now as community benefit. So there are favorable regulations for that kind of housing. We just haven't seen much of it yet. Some from Westmont, some from Cottage, and would love to encourage that.
So it might be something, as we're looking at all our programs, to look at how we can incentivize that even more. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Nedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have some short questions, mostly just definitions of things. I think I gave you a little preview. So in this, how are we defining vacant? Is it second homes? Is it ADUs? How do you define something as being vacant?
So Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, in the statistics that are in the document from the census data, the vacant is defined by the Census Bureau. So it includes, like you mentioned, seasonal use, occasional use, but it also includes units that are offered for rent but are not occupied yet. It includes for sale housing that's not occupied yet. I think there's maybe a list of about 6 different things is what is meant by vacant per census data.
Okay, thank you. So it wouldn't count potential sites, or somebody has to have lived there for it to be counted as vacant, that somebody isn't living there?
Yes, correct. I think it's all based on existing housing and how it's being used right at the time the question's being asked by the Census Bureau.
And would that include ADUs that are permitted, built, but not occupied? Do we call those vacant?
I don't know the answer to that question right now. I'd have to look and see.
That'd be a good one to know, because it's potential housing, but it depending on how it's planned on being used.
Correct, and we did do, as you probably saw, our own survey of accessory dwelling units and how they're being used, but I'm not sure if the Census Bureau includes those.
Okay, thank you. And then how do we define workforce? I will be honest, at this page in it was much clearer in the presentation, but the page in the report that defines the different ranges is very confusing with the low income extreme, the page 20. And I had to sort of fit in the different city definitions in there. And then I was wondering, you have middle is 121 to 160, upper middle 161 to 200, and those are both subcategories of above moderate. And where does workforce fit? Or is that not a term we're using anymore?
Councilmember Sneddon, workforce is defined by different jurisdictions in different ways. We were moving away from it, but we have gotten some good comments encouraging us to have a glossary with this document, which we will, and we will include workforce. Most broadly, workforce could be anyone that has a job that lives in the city. Others include different income categories.
How do we use it? I realize other jurisdictions, but just for the purposes of, say, today's discussion?
I believe our general plan includes up to 200% AMI as a workforce currently.
Okay, so then in this page 20 definition, that would include above moderate to the upper middle category. Okay, which I guess I'll speak to later, that I think that maybe isn't how some of us think of workforce, but I'm just trying to get a handle on it. And then I know we've had questions about this at Planning Commission, and just if you could give us an update on, Council gave direction, I believe, on updating how we talk about community benefit, not to just be any rental development, but specific to affordability, and to have that go to Planning Commission, to have sort of a pre-designation of a community benefit before it went through the rest of the review process. Where is that? I realize that a project just went through that is sort of like talking about community benefit, but it hasn't been designated community benefit by anybody yet.
Yes, there's a larger package of ordinance amendments that's been coming together. The Planning Commission did review that definition of community benefit, and there's broad consensus to remove just market rate rental housing from that definition.
So then it would be given some level of affordability, but to be determined what that is, or leave it to Planning Commission to decide for a particular project?
Some level of affordability.
Okay, but we haven't decided what number. Is that?
No, in referring to the policy that says to prioritize affordable housing and community benefit, the intent from that is to, if there's a medical clinic or something else, we also do want to factor that in, that it's
Sure.
not, we don't want to override any other important project.
Sure. And then I think the comments from Planning Commission and I think from Council previously is that not just to assume that because something's market rate rental development, that would be considered community benefit. And then how do we define deed restricted? We're talking a lot about it, and I think it's important for our discussion that we're having a common definition of what that means.
Deed restricted means there's something on title with the property that restricts the rents or use of certain spaces, buildings. So our deed restriction for affordable housing was 30 years at one time. It's been extended to 90 years, but it could be any combination of affordability levels and time. Okay. But it's something that is recorded against the property, and it's a legal obligation of the owner.
And could it be restricted to prioritize local workforce or local businesses or local renters?
There are legal and fair housing considerations with that, but we're listening. If there are comments on this draft, we can look into it.
Okay. And then I had questions on how we define a household, and particularly when we're doing the calculations for overcrowding with number per bedroom. I was interested if that includes siblings or couples. You know, two to a bedroom for a couple is not an overcrowding situation versus how we count that.
Yeah, Mayor Russ and Councilmember Sneddon. Again, this was a Census Bureau definition that said more than one person per room. I would need to go back and read exactly what they define, because I don't think they intended couples or siblings to necessarily be considered overcrowded, but I'll need to follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. And I'll have plenty of comments, but those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, very good. And is Ms. Gutierrez online? Is her hand up at all? Or?
No, her hand's not up.
Okay, very good. We'll go to public comment then. We'll start out with Summer Escalera. She's waited for a long time to be here. You have 2 minutes, please, and there's a little timer out there on the podium.
Honorable Mayor Rousey and members of City Council, my name is Summer Escalera, and I am a resident of Santa Barbara. I wanted to share my support for the 2023 Housing Element Update Draft. I am here today because of the potential certain programs within the upcoming Housing Element Initiative have to serve our street population. My uncle is a veteran who has spent different seasons of life living on the street, and in some of the hardest parts of that journey, my grandmother was told that she needed to grieve Ryan as if he had already died, because the barriers of reintegrating people experiencing homelessness back into society are great. A critical stepping stone to restoring his human dignity was to finding him affordable housing. So when I see our homeless population, I see my uncle and somebody's son or daughter. And when I think about the future of this city, it is my hope that we wouldn't ignore our neighbors that are impacted the most. We are all aware of the housing crisis in Santa Barbara that we're currently facing, and the way the city chooses to respond or to not respond will shape the future of Santa Barbara. In the next housing element cycle, it is critical that we prioritize funding affordable housing, building affordable housing, and keeping people in their homes in order to address the spectrum of housing needs in our community. This housing cycle provides the opportunity to begin to move away from simply managing homelessness to implementing systems oriented towards results. I ask that the City Council prioritize Goal 2 to prioritize affordable housing, Goal 3 to provide public assistance, Goal 8 to fund affordable housing. And within each of these goals, I ask that the City Council directs staff to implement the following programs first: HE25, HE12, HE13, HE20, and HE15. It is easy to dismiss and even villainize populations that some members of our community see as a threat to the wider health of the city, but I look forward to seeing the city's response and action moving forward. Thank you for your efforts so far and commitment to the work ahead.
Thank you. DJ Johnson.
Mayor Rouse and City Council, thanks for having me today. I am here to advocate for some of the same stuff Summer just spoke to. I get to serve as a pastor at a local church here at Ocean Hills Covenant Church. It's my joy to do so, and I'm here because I'm just struck and heartbroken by a lot of my peers, young people in this town who want to stay and who want to do work and serve a lot of the population Summer just spoke of, our homeless folks, our veterans, those who need advocates and people looking out for them. And I get to serve a lot of these folks in our church, a lot of these members of our city, these residents of our city who work with these vulnerable populations. These people do really hard, really difficult, but underpaid work. And when I see the future of Santa Barbara, I see them very much being a part of it, and they're a big part of reaching the goals we have as a city. And so to advocate for their housing, I would like to reaffirm what Summer just named, that our city prioritizes Goal 2 in the housing element, Goal 3, and Goal 8. And within these goals, I ask that the City Council prioritize HE25, the Affordable Housing Funding, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, HE12, HE13, to support rental housing mediation program, HE20, the Renters' Rights Information, and HE15, the Short-Term Vacation Rental Ordinance. Our hope, I think, is that we would continue to see hurting people helped in this city, to see our city cleaned up, like you've talked about many times, Mayor Rouse. And I think that starts from the bottom up, and so I just ask that you consider the people at the bottom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Barros. I think she looks like she might have taken off. We go to Robin Elander.
City Council members, staff, and community members. My name is Robin Elander, Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara. I believe housing is the #1 issue our community is facing. More thoughtfully built housing is needed at all levels, low to no income, moderate income, and especially workforce housing. If any one of us in this room, or many of us in our community, were to lose our house or apartment today, it would take us months to find a new place in our community. It's happened to me in the past. I'm sure it's happened to many people in this room. And we have to strongly consider each time if we want to leave the community that we love. The local housing crisis affects us, our community, at so many levels. For example, it affects the business's ability to attract and retain employees, or a business considering opening a new space and what they charge for goods and services. It is difficult for residents of all income levels to afford to live here, and even those that you would consider great jobs. We need to create more stability for our families so that people of all ages can see and build a future here. I urge you to continue to do the difficult task to find ways to meet or exceed the RHNA targets for new housing all over our community. Downtown Santa Barbara would like to help play a facilitative role in supporting positive collaboration and conversation in the space of workforce and affordable housing alongside of our city partners that was already spoke about earlier today. The housing status quo, as we've talked about, is unacceptable. We have an opportunity today to change that and every day going forward. And we need to make that a priority so that we can live here and make this community a wonderful place to live for generations to come. A dedicated funding stream to make these concepts of reality is of high priority, as well as a consistent, dedicated professional and community residential efforts to make this possible. Thank you for your keen attention to these important issues and for your dedication to finding a positive path forward for our community. Your work is appreciated.
Frank Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mayor Rouse, City Council. I want to thank everybody, especially folks helping lead the housing element process, and also to that joint meeting to really compare about the South Coast and how important this is. I'm here with Cause as Frank Rodriguez, and we're going to be focusing especially on the tenant protections we need. But I wanted to kind of focus on what we need to do to really get this ball moving, and the highest priority we have. And big ups and dittos to the League of Women Voters for the letter that they sent, and they did reach out to us to work on this. But it's really prioritizing the funding that we need to make this happen. We know that when we're talking about Capital A affordable housing, that housing that we know is going to support our communities that are working as domestic workers here in Santa Barbara, we need the capital to make that happen. So we appreciate with Goal 8 on HE 25, but we want to start to set kind of timelines for how to make that happen. So we want a study and see what funding sources we need by 2023. We find that really important, especially because we have an even year election coming that next year on 2024, and especially if we want to bring anything onto the ballot, let it be talking about the taxes that we think are really important, the vacancy tax, the transfer tax, but also thinking about a housing bond. And that's where the 2024 election is really important. So we really want to make sure that we prioritize researching and finding the funding that can really support us, but have that research of it ready to bring it to the ballot in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Santa Maria.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Wendy Santamaria. I'm a community organizer with Cause, and I'm here to speak in support of the letter that the League of Women Voters submitted to you with the proposed changes to the city's housing element update. But in particular, I want to direct your attention to both the long-term and short-term solutions to our housing crisis. And in particular, the funding and the increased production that we need is very much a dire need, and that need is being addressed in the housing element. And we really want to emphasize that these are long-term solutions, and we need something in the interim. We need something to help our city's residents in the interim, because the state of the housing crisis right now is unsustainable for the people that are living in the city. And the majority of tenants can't wait until more housing is built. They can't wait until we get more funding. We're seeing people getting rent increases right now. People are getting displaced right now, and there is no waiting for them. So I really do urge you to act in good faith in facilitating long-term affordable housing, but also without negating the need for an interim solution. In particular, rent stabilization is something we need in the interim before the rest of our communities are displaced for good. And I trust that this is being addressed in the Council's Housing Crisis Task Force, and I urge the rest of the Council to support both the long-term and the short-term interim solutions we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanley, I'm going to try this. Zankoff?
You got it. That was great.
Whoa,
Thank
first
you.
time. Cool.
Hello, everyone here and everyone tuning in, to staff as well. I know you put a lot of work into this. I'm speaking today from the perspective I've gained as co-founder of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union and with my lived experience as a working class renter. So in short, I want to uplift the insight and recommendations brought forward by CAUSE, by the League of Women Voters, by fellow tenant union members and SB Can, among others, who you'll hear from today. I felt like the staff report was really terrific on the whole. I feel like it captured the sentiments of a lot of the tenants that I've been interacting with. And I'd like to highlight just a few disparate but important considerations. I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I'm going to say that we desperately need a rent stabilization measure and that we should get moving on the creation of a rental registry. I just can't stress enough what a huge issue this is for renters, and it seems the majority of our neighbors. We need to commit to a short-term funding source for development of housing that's affordable and that can be leveraged to secure other sources of funding. As Frank Rodriguez said, completing the housing study by the end of 2023 is an opportunity to inform decision makers, including voters, ahead of any ballot measures in 2024 that could help bring in some of the financing and funding we desperately need. And we should consider city lots as suitable sites and can't rely on ADUs to meet our low and very low income units, since those just haven't proven to be affordable by any means. And I know that this last point is much, much easier said than done, and I know that this is something that I think we align on. We desperately need a much more robust community input process that meaningfully and proactively engages workers, renters, and others who are structurally housing insecure. And I know that this is something we all want, so let's just make it happen. Thanks so much for your time, and appreciate all your work on this.
Thank you. Rich Zander.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of City Council. I've been privileged to know all of you these past years with my role as Executive Director of SB Act. Since our founding in 2013, I've worked alongside Jeff Schaefer, and we have seen firsthand what works and doesn't work with addressing homelessness and reducing the impacts of homelessness in this city. With SB Act's public-private partnership with the City of Santa Barbara, we have worked with the city staff, countless other partner agencies, and service providers to make a comprehensive strategic plan to address the impacts of homelessness for the City of Santa Barbara. We have created extensive movement in all of the goals of that strategic plan, and we are proud to continue that over the coming year. One of the goals of that strategic plan was to increase the number of affordable housing units in the City of Santa Barbara by 20%. I want to first give kudos to the Housing Authority, who has consistently worked to ensure that low-income and affordable housing is being built. They have been an excellent partner in this work, and we simply wouldn't have made the progress we have had today without them. Even with their efforts, however, we currently are not in line to meet the increase of affordable units within the City of Santa Barbara. We can change that. This housing element update ensures that there's a plan in place to meet this goal and then some over the next 8 years. If there is anything we can do to lessen the impacts of homelessness, it is build affordable housing. In the next housing element cycle, we need to prioritize 3 main ideas. 1, fund affordable housing. 2, build affordable housing. And 3, keep people in their homes. As written, this housing element has a lot of potential to do just that, but we need City Council's leadership to do so. To meet the strategic plan goals the city has already determined, I ask that City Council prioritize a few goals and more specifically a handful of programs. Of the goals in the housing element update, please prioritize Goal 2, prioritize affordable housing, Goal 3, provide housing assistance, and Goal 8, fund affordable housing. And then can I go through the programs?
You're pretty much out of time there, Rich, so
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Catherine Soto Vasquez?
Hello and good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. My name is Catherine Soto Vasquez, and I'm the newest member of SB Act. I would like to quickly mention that the timing for us to discuss the city housing element is impeccable, as the National Conference on Ending Homelessness is currently taking place in DC. We are at a critical moment in our work to end homelessness. There is an unprecedented amount of resources in support of our efforts. A part of SB Act's role is to facilitate regional action plan meetings throughout the city, and one thing has grown clear over time. If there's nowhere for people to go, we will continue to arrive at an impasse. Housing is the fundamental solution to homelessness. A part of our SB Act strategic plan, as Rich mentioned, is to support the community to increase the number of affordable housing units in Santa Barbara by 20%. At the rate we're currently moving, this will not happen. The time to continue to invest in long-term solutions is now. We need to prioritize funding for affordable housing, building affordable housing, and keeping people in their homes. So we ask that the city prioritize in the housing element goals 2, goals 3, and goals 8. And within those goals, we ask that the city prioritize the following programs: HE25, HE12, HE13, HE20, and HE15. So I'll close. If the city wants to move from managing this complex issue, we need to, and potentially end this housing crisis, we have to prioritize affordable housing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Trish Allen?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to make comment on the draft housing element. I am here on behalf of my office as well as my membership with the AIA SB Advocacy Committee. In general, we agree with the goals and policies, and I think I'm really here to focus on the next steps that involve implementation. And then, as staff has mentioned to you, they're interested to hear your type priorities for implementation. So I want to talk about some of those. And also mention that it's my understanding that the AIA has reached out to Mayor Rouse recently and to coordinate a forum that will include City Council, Mayor, City Council, Planning Commission, and the development community. And I believe you've expressed your enthusiasm to further that effort, so we will get back in touch with you on that. You know, we have heard repeatedly that in order to incentivize housing production, the entitlement process has to be more predictable. This is in all the implementation strategies. And the predictability, we feel, can be achieved through the implementation of objective zoning standards that will address neighborhood compatibility, size, bulk, and scale of a project. I'm echoing some things that I've already heard this afternoon on the dais. Trying to shorten this. You know, the cost to provide inclusion, right now, the cost to provide inclusionary housing requires the market rate units to be more expensive, essentially subsidizing the inclusionary units, placing the burden on the market rate renters. So I'm really encouraged to stay involved in this and see where this goes with in lieu and inclusionary. The responsibility to subsidize affordable housing should fall to the entire community, not just the development community. And my last point, I see you cut me off there, running out of time. The adaptive reuse ordinance is critically needed to help facilitate and realize our housing by repurposing these existing buildings. We've talked about this a lot. It's easier for hotels and other commercial units to fill these vacant buildings. And they can even add more commercial floor area, while the housing in those same buildings can be very limited by the AED maximums. Thanks for your time.
Ethan Shankman.
Mayor Rouse, City Council. I'm going to just read some notes that I have here. What we also need to know is the concerns with these programs. We need to quality assure programs for what is vetted for tenancy. There's a program currently called the Community Housing Corporation, if anyone has heard of this particular program for low income. And it seems to function for low-wage earners, English learners, and where federal limits apply. And these particular demographics appear to directly compete with Social Security recipients, retirees, handicapped and disabled individuals, or the convalescent and the infirm. The Community Housing Corporation, State Street Apartments that I would know personally, is termite infested, bedbug ridden, weak pipes, loose wiring, and somehow got ribbon cut by Marty Bloom without the sort of health codes being applied on behalf of the tenants. You know, unless these issues are basically quality assured, it seems to be a bit of an ambush. People earning equity into property being paid by tenants is represented should be represented under the Social Security program or recipients. But these developments and the costs and the overhead and the matching funds seem to support the overappraisal of real estate values generally.
You need to wrap up, please.
Sure. And the theory as to what kind of economic burden for electricity bills, most especially for Social Security recipient tenants, that should otherwise be waived are actually being dinged by these public housing, public trust programs that isn't being checked, not by the district attorney, not by state agencies, not any oversight, not the California Rural Legal Assistance, or even the Legal Aid Foundation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ms. Kovacs, do we have any speakers online?
We do. We have 6 speakers online.
All right.
So I will read the first 3 in order. First to speak will be Sheila Lodge, followed by Linda Honigman, followed by, and I apologize if I pronounce this incorrectly, Gerte Riparetti. So Ms. Lodge, if you would like to unmute yourself, you
All
can
right.
speak.
And we all have 2 minutes. 2 minutes at the podium, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Sheila Lodge. The draft housing element is very thorough and inclusive. However, there is an element that needs to be added. The city needs to correct the mistake made in creating the AUD priority housing overlay, the high density overlay, in 2013 when that increased density was not tied to increased affordability. During the general plan update process of 2006 to 2011, the development community repeatedly said that increased density would result in moderate income affordable housing. The high priority housing overlay was created to provide those densities. Land cost per unit would be less. Housing units would be less expensive by design. As you know, that hasn't happened. Rents have been what the market will bear, most recently $4,700 a month studios at 800 Santa Barbara Street. While the priority overlay has generated hundreds of rental units, it has not provided the kind of housing the city needs, and it is time to end it. There's a concept new to Santa Barbara proposed in the draft housing element, the program calling for an affordable housing overlay. I recommend that the priority housing overlay part of the AUD program, the high density program, be replaced by an affordable housing overlay while maintaining the present allowable densities, but tying them to affordability. The higher the density, the higher the amount of affordability required. One of the public speakers at the Planning Commission meeting on the draft housing element urged the city take bold action. Replacing the priority housing overlay with an affordable housing overlay would be bold. It would also provide the kind of housing Santa Barbara needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't announce this before. We have 3 minutes until we'll cut off the next people to raise their hands. You have 3 more minutes to raise your hand. May I have the next speaker, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, our next speaker is Linda Honigman. Ms. Honigman, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. I'm Linda Honigman, the Housing Chair for the League of Women Voters Santa Barbara. The goal for new affordable units and the quantitative objectives needs to be much closer to the RENA targets. The former expects only 859 units for the very low to moderate incomes, compared to the RENA target of about 4,900, which we believe is based on actual needs. All new ADUs should be put in the above moderate category unless there is a reliable verification process. The La Cumbre Plaza plan needs a robust community input, including workers, renters, and families who are the most impacted by escalating rents. We hope the grant for that project can be applied for soon. Commitments and timelines are crucial. The funding study for affordable housing mentioned in HE 25 should be completed by the end of 2023. We support the following urgent actions that are needed sooner than the housing element can be approved. The meaning of community benefit needs to be clarified immediately so developers will make their plans accordingly. The only way to be eligible for a taller building should be with a high percent of units affordable to the very low to moderate incomes. We need an emergency ordinance for rent stabilization and hope the city can get started on the rental registry as suggested by the Planning Commission. A few city-owned parking lots should be identified this year as suitable sites for affordable housing, so the Housing Authority can start planning and evaluating project possibilities. We need the city to commit to a short-term funding source that can be used to leverage other monies to fund the housing production and tenant protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker was Gerte Riparetti. You have lowered your hand, so if you did want to speak, you need to re-raise your hand. So we'll move to the next speaker, who will be Rob Fredericks, followed by Lisa Carlos, followed by Anna Marie Gott. Mr. Fredericks, if you would like to speak, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. Rob Fredericks with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. First of all, I want to thank Rosie Diste and Dan Gullett for their fabulous work on getting the housing element draft to its present state. And I believe this can also be a terrific plan once all the comments are taken in. I do want to emphasize that this shouldn't be just an academic exercise to satisfy the state. We need to show the capacity, to show that we have capacity, but we need a realistic plan that we can follow to meet our community's housing needs. And that goes to having accountability type milestones put in place for the different goals and programs to ensure we're meeting them, and if we're not, what adjustments can be made. On the suitable sites inventory, I understand why the city staff moved out city land not planned for redevelopment, but the current police station, as I put in my letter to you, is a site that should be planned for now, and I believe it's a perfect site for affordable housing development there, and I would like to recommend that site being included in the table. Also in that same table, there's site status, and it shows everything as available, and I don't know what that means, other than there is some that say pending project. Most say available. Most aren't really in reality available. So I think there should be some other term used for that. It was brought up earlier that—
Can you do a wrap up, please, Mr. Fredericks?
Yeah, sure. It was brought up earlier about the workforce definition, and this should include low income. Most of our households that we serve, aside from retired seniors and disabled, are households that are working families, part of the workforce. Finally, we do support and thank the city for putting in Goal 8 and FE25 for a local funding source establishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Lisa Carlos. Ms. Carlos, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, this is Anna Marie Gott. You had me unmute.
Our next speaker, Anna Marie, if you can wait, our next speaker is actually Lisa Carlos.
That's fine, thanks.
Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Lisa Carlos. The biggest concern I have with an 8-year plan is that it doesn't impart the sense of urgency or an immediate call to action that a humanitarian crisis of this magnitude requires. 60% of the population, or 54,000 people in this city, are renters, and the majority are rent insecure. As the draft points out, 70% of all renters worry each month that their rents will be hiked and they'll be evicted. About 27,000 pay more than 30% of their total income, and 14,000 pay more than 50% of their total income to rent. Our renters support our economy and quality of life, and they deserve better. Unfortunately, the plan's most promising programs, such as the Affordable Housing Overlay, an inclusionary evaluation, and securing funding for deed-restricted housing, will take until the end of the 8-year cycle before they come to fruition and any housing is built. That's why we should apply the same mindset we had with the Thomas Fire and COVID. Resources should be redeployed immediately to produce some very quick wins for affordable housing. I recommend adding a fast-tracked pilot program to identify city land and consult with nonprofits to leverage state and federal funds to build 100% deed-restricted housing projects. Development agreements could cut the red tape and move projects forward expeditiously, and we shouldn't hesitate to dip into the general fund or reserves to pay for it through bridge funding. At the same time, affordable housing projects currently in the pipeline should skip to the front and not be required to wait behind hotel and market rate projects to get approved. If we continue to view this as just a plan and not an emergency, I worry we'll default to relying on the private sector to build unaffordable market rate housing, or we'll waste time tracking down ADU owners just so we can declare a small handful of them as lower income, when we all know they're not the same as deed-restricted housing. So as you deliberate today, I ask you to think about what we should do in this plan to address this crisis tomorrow.
Thank you. You need to
and
wrap up,
just
please.
in the distant future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott, you can speak.
Good afternoon, City Council. The council should put an item on the ballot this year to increase the TOT to a minimum of 15%, with 3% of the funds going to the Housing Authority for permanent deed-restricted affordable housing. We have a growing crisis, and immediate, not delayed action is needed. You should also be looking at increasing in lieu fees and inclusionary housing, and consider putting a moratorium on commercial development that drives the need for jobs that pay poverty wages. You should be moving forward also with an affordable housing overlay. You should be looking at in lieu fees for businesses that create low wage jobs. Other cities are doing this, and why we are not looking at this is a mystery to me, considering that the majority of our businesses in the city benefit for paying poverty wages, and that includes the city of Santa Barbara. Conversion of short-term vacation rentals must be prohibited. Additionally, immediate active enforcement and collection of past TOT must be required immediately. The city attorney's office has said in the past that enforcement pays for itself. We have hundreds and hundreds of illegal short-term vacation rentals that are on the market, and nothing is being done, as evidenced by AUDs being rented out as illegal short-term vacation rentals when they are not even allowed under the AUD ordinance. Short-term vacation rentals should also, or known short-term vacation rental sites should also be on the fast track for a vacancy tax, along with second homes and any home that is empty for more than 90 days, regardless if it is for sale or not. Finally, wages and jobs should
You need
be
to
on
wrap
this
up, please.
list. We have a minimum wage in the city of $14 and $15 an hour. Most businesses in the city pay poverty wages, including the city, and this city council is fine with that, and it shouldn't be. Why a living wage hasn't been discussed, passed, or put on the ballot is a total mystery to me,
You're out of time,
considering the actual cost of housing. So why
You're
isn't
out of
anyone
time, Ms.
taking
Scott.
any action on a living wage? Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Matthew Taylor, followed by Chris Barros, followed by our final speaker, who is Nadia Abu-Shanab. Mr. Taylor, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Mayor Rouse, members of council, thank you for taking the time to review our housing element update. I've already submitted a letter with some of my other fellow developers in town outlining our more specific thoughts on the housing element update. So I'll let you review that, and I'm just going to, add a couple comments to it in general and withhold any project-specific comments I have at this time. Long story short, many people describe the definition of insanity being doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I think that's what we're doing here. The document doesn't go towards actually changing anything. It's more of an analysis. It's an academic exercise. And what we need is some concrete changes and to set expectations for the next 8 years. And I just don't think we're doing that yet. We don't really have realistic pathways to providing more housing. We have a big problem with a simple solution, which is more supply. I don't really see why we're overcomplicating this. I do also want to point out and reference something that's happening in the market right now. We heard Planning Commissioner Lodge come up and provide public comment about the AUD program providing expensive housing, $4,000 a month rents, which are expensive. That is expensive. But I urge this council to go take an inventory of what's for sale in the market right now and the cost of buying a home. The cheapest available home on the market is $700,000, $729,000. It's a 1963 condo. It's 900 square feet. You need a $150,000 down payment, and your cost of carry on it would just be about $4,200 a month. So you're already in the hole. And then if you have any unexpected costs or other things, you have a 1963 condo. It's not even comparable. A new AUD unit at 900 square feet, perhaps it is $4,000 a month, but that is a quality unit. It's somebody can live in that is nice. It is not a turd, which is what that effectively is, and what we're demanding that our population live in.
You need to wrap up, please.
You got it. Just going to say it's where so much of this issue with equality comes from. So I just want to point that out, and we just need to add more supply. Anyway, end my comment. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chris Barros. Mr. Barros, you may now unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon. I apologize that I had to leave the meeting in person, but I was able to get home in time to get on. I did send a letter last week. I hope it was received, as I didn't get it. I don't know if it's normal to have an acknowledgement of receipt of a letter. But the thing is, I do stand in favor of having more affordable housing like so many other people do. I agree with Commissioner Lodge's suggestions. I agree with Rich Sander and any of the other people from SB Act who may have spoken. I missed a part of it, but specifically prioritizing affordable housing is goal number 2. Goal number 3 from the report, provide housing and assistance, and goal 8 from the report, fund affordable housing. So it's affordable, 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 and like Councilmember Jordan mentioned, how much affordable, spell it with a little a or a big A, doesn't matter, have we seen? We just don't see it. We don't see the affordable housing. I support this program and just want to see more affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next and final speaker is Nadia Abushnab. You may now unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I'm speaking today on behalf of SB CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network, and as myself as a renter in the city of Santa Barbara. We urge you to prioritize goals 2 and 8, prioritizing affordable housing and creating a dedicated funding source. SB CAN submitted a letter with policy suggestions as to where those funds could come from, including as other speakers have mentioned, raising the transient occupancy tax and taxing vacant homes. However, these sources of funds will not be available for a few years at least, and we need short-term sources of funding and protections for renters, like rent stabilization, right to counsel, and a rental registry, and we need those to be prioritized in the housing element. We're also concerned about the adjusted estimate in the draft saying that only 3,300 of the needed units will actually be built. And we're concerned that we'll once again excel at building market rate and above market rate housing and continue to fall short at building affordable housing for our population. And we believe that the city can and must aim higher. We support the request that's been put out for a glossary of terms, specifically around the affordability levels and around workforce housing. It's important for people to know specifically that middle income is actually more than moderate income. And we hope that the definition of workforce housing will include low and moderate incomes. Lastly, we believe that the city-owned land should be designated for affordable housing development. There are no city parcels currently designated, and we feel that that is an oversight and a real missed opportunity for tangible investment towards this goal. We need to set our sights higher and aim for much more affordability and stronger rental protections. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for public speakers. We are on the time for a break for the translators. However, going to my colleagues, how much, I mean, we had a pretty robust round of questioning. How much time do we need in terms of comments? There's no action item.
Mayor Rouse, our Planning Commission Chair, Gabe Escobedo, is here and may want to address City Council as well.
If we have a substantial amount of comment, we should probably take the break before we get into that then. All right, Mr. Escobedo.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council. I promise I come in peace. First, I want to give staff the kudos they deserve. To do this without a consultant is a big deal, and it's a Herculean task, and I think that they did a fantastic job. I think in summarizing our Planning Commission meeting and the public comment we heard, I think I would summarize it, even today's public comment, in consensus. I think there's a lot of consensus around the idea that we need to build affordable housing. We need to fund affordable housing. We need to figure out how to do it. And I think one of the public commenters spoke about how this might be an academic exercise, and it is 250 pages, much of which is an analysis of current conditions. And I think a lot of it is reason to kind of be pessimistic because we have failed a large portion of our community in not building affordable housing. We heard that at the Planning Commission meeting. Most of the Planning Commissioners recognize this. I think if we looked at the goals, policies, and programs that staff have developed, there's a lot of reason for optimism. We also heard that at the Planning Commission meeting. Most of the public commenters and most of the planning commissioners supported many of the programs, particularly the ones that focused on affordable housing. I think that in this document, you have the potential to set us up and set the foundation for decades of affordable housing development. Maybe not in the near term, maybe not overnight, but long term, yes. And we'll start seeing the benefits of that at the end of that RHNA cycle, or housing element cycle. I think even with that being said, no amount of hard work from staff, no amount, it doesn't matter how well thought out the policy prescriptions, we can't do it without your leadership and without your backing with resources and staff. I think that is the biggest I won't say hurdle, that's the biggest opportunity for us right now. And I'm hoping that you all take advantage of that. You have consensus in the community on a topic where we don't get consensus very often. And on a planning commission where oftentimes there is disagreement. I think you heard it loud and clear. So thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for everyone who gave public comment. Definitely thank you to our staff. I cannot commend them enough. They've done a great job. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. And then Ms. Bjork, I have a feeling we've got substantial comments, so we should probably go ahead and take our translator break.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay, let's convene back here at 6:25. Is that enough time? reconvene if we may. We're back to council for comments. Please bear in mind, we still have another item to go, so who's going to be first? That's going to be Jordan.
Enthusiastic.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, we're excited. Remember, that was the word before, or Eric was singing
I'm
about something.
so
or other.
excited.
Yeah, so excited, right.
I thank you for the back and forth today, and so I don't want to belabor the what are we doing and why are we doing this, because I think we have to do it. So I really just want to answer your 3 questions that you had on that other slide, because I think most of this just has a life of its own no matter what I say or think. So programs I really support are getting to an AUD and an ADU rent reporting plan. A couple of you in the room will remember years ago, Planning Commission pontificated with the onset of the AUD program on a survey to actually find out that, plus what people made to live there, where they came from, where they went to work, so we could actually start to track if some success reasoning for the AUD program, and most of that was illegal, so I'm assuming we can legally put a requirement on obtaining rent information. Although, as you heard earlier, of course, you could be paying $5,000 for a 1-bedroom, but if you're earning $500,000, that is still an affordable unit to you. So there's 2 parts to that equation. It's not just what the rent is. And the other one, in answer to that question, is I would like to work really, really hard on an affordable housing overlay. I see that as an answer to re-jump-start the AUD components of the program in a manner, and in particular, you had some examples of things like more height, more density, more whatever. The key qualifier to me would be much more affordability in the affordability areas we wanted. So we would dangle the carrot of whatever that's going to be, 30% inclusionary, 50% inclusionary with tiers of different levels of affordability, whatever that's going to look like, and then throw in the carrots on top of that. I think that would be great, especially if we can target it again where we want it. Changes I'd like to see, I apologize, I'd love to see city parking lots put on there. I understand some reasoning why we're not, but I think they cry at us every time we drive by them or park on the surface lots as to what a waste of vertical space they are. Love to see the advocacy a couple of us talked about. I think that should be an important component of our implementation of the element. So much, every day more and more of what we do is being told to us how we have to do it rather than us being able to do what we want in the way we want. And so part of that, I think, is advocacy back the other direction, and then at its bare basics, it's like, if you want us to do this, you have to help fund it. We don't really have the funding to do it. And then also, I guess I got 2 things in this category that just to be annoying, and that would be come back prior to HCD submission. So I understand your answer before, but that's certainly something I'd like to see. I just don't like the path of the way you've laid it out, and we'll see what happens after it's all done. Top priorities. Focusing on drastically reducing barriers and constraints for deed-restricted housing. And you notice I'm not saying what type of deed-restricted housing, because I like deed-restrictive in both the moderate, the low, and the very low, but I also see some potential for relief for normal people in the city in what we're going to call middle or something above a little middle also. I think those people are suffering just as much as the lower income people. And over I'd like to explore continuing that discussion on hotels in the high-density overlay zone. So places that in the in what we have said, we will, an area we will focus on generating the highest density, giving away the most allowances, but can also offer a hotel potential there, because the hotel, at least until we fix it, the hotels still become the much better deal. And I'm not interested in banning hotels, but maybe putting qualifiers on hotels. So if you want to go down a hotel pathway, maybe you talk about impact fees. Maybe as part of 2024, we raise TOT for new hotels in those zones only. And that money then gets funneled to affordable housing programs or the housing authority. So we don't make it illegal, if that's not the right word. We don't make it hotels not eligible in those zones, but we burden them with taking away a parcel with development potential for the housing that we're focused on. And if they can afford to operate that way and then give us back something, great. So all for that. Short-term vacation rentals, we got to get somewhere really quick on enforcing them, and we got to get somewhere really quick on an ordinance that allows them where we want to allow them. And my conversations with the community development director in the past have been to ordinance them in East Beach and West Beach, where we have hotel exposures already, and then something more drastic in the rest of the city. Either stop them, highly regulate them, highly fee them, some combination of that. But the enforcement is out of control. It's not out of control. It should be out of control. It's doing nothing. So, and it's just a constant source of input to us in emails, and a constant source of annoyance when somebody sends you a MapQuest equivalent of here's where they all are, and they're all around us right now, but we still are struggling with the housing things. Revise the community benefit structure. I know you're slogging through that with Planning Commission, but to me, I had some notes on that, but I could even see a community benefit structure where you offered the highest return on community benefit for the lowest income housing, and then you tiered it as you went the other direction. So I'd get, if I can get a community development, a community benefit designation for very low income, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of stuff. If I'm going to do low income, I'm not going to get the same amount. If I'm going to do moderate, I'm not going to get the same amount. And if you're going to do above moderate, you just get, there is no community, there is no longer at this time. Maybe that changes in the future if we can get a whole bunch of those categories of housing built, but right now we just revise that. And then research ballot initiatives for 2024. I don't have any experience with this and when you start, but I'm worried that if I knew anything about it, we should be starting already and not waiting until somebody gets urgent about this the middle of next year or the start of next year. We should be figuring out what that means. We should be figuring out what we would think about and polling for that. Same pathway we saw for Measure C, to see what the community would accept and vote positively on, and find that out now. And then just another kind of kitchen sink reflection on this process and this document. I just think one of the frustrating things too is the whole thing's just too broad. I wish we could, I wish somewhere in the structure of this process with HCD, we could just pick a couple things and focus on them, whatever they are, and accomplish them, and work on accomplishing them, even while we're sort of working on the other things in the context of the housing element, but really just prioritize a couple things and super commit to that, to the resources, to the agony we have to go through, to whatever it is to accomplish them. So when 8 years is up again, we just don't have a whole menu of failure, but we actually accomplished a couple things that we said we were going to accomplish, and they actually had a positive effect on something within the housing element. Just right now, I feel it's just, somebody said it today, I'm pessimistic about the whole process, whole thing, and we're repeating ourselves just because that's what HCD asks us to do, where I think if we really focused hard on a couple things, we could just knock those off and put that notch on our belt and then move on to the next ones after that. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I apologize, I'm having a little bit of an asthma attack, so if I'm coughing, that's why. But I do feel like this is my one chance to get all my comments in, so I'm going to go for it. And I apologize for the length of time, if it's lengthy. I think it's hard in an empty room to emphasize how much urgency there is in this. This is something that we've known has been at a crisis level for over 10 years. I mean, that the last cycle addressed this and tried to address it with the AUD program. And, you know, we tried it, and in my view and by the numbers, I don't think it seems to have worked. It was a good effort. We now have more supply and less affordability than ever. So that, to me, is the measurable of how it isn't working. We've made so many changes and tweaks to AUD that it has buyer uncertainty and developer uncertainty, and I think it's really time to seriously look at some other paradigms here. I'm really excited about the possibility of affordable housing funding sources and the trust fund, and that could be a, open, transparent, predictable, understandable process. I think now we collect in lieu fees, and I've asked multiple times, but I'm still not sure where they go. And I think this could be substantial enough that we could really make some difference by having those funds pooled in one place and have a really clear, transparent process about how those are delegated. I just, we've all run for office, and we've served on commissions, we've run multiple times. This housing issue doesn't go away. I don't think we're ever going to solve it, but we need to just really keep trying. So I just have first comments, I guess first on analyzing the fifth cycle. I'm not sure that we have it fully analyzed yet about what worked and what didn't. I think we need to know more about the AUD numbers, how the ADUs are being counted. There's a section in special needs housing. I'm not really sure how we're measuring up there. The current use of the home funds. I want to look at trends over time. What are the vacancy trends doing in which price categories or income categories, those types of things. And then what hasn't really been analyzed so much or presented here, it's been analyzed quite a bit, but presented here is the trends and the analysis for people experiencing homelessness. So, this is a lot of focus on housing for people who pay for housing, but I think a more clear plan on that. So, I think the needs are clear. The first part of this section is really, really clear in outlining the need. We have majority of our city are renters, and the majority of them are rent burdened. So we need to take some immediate action. So I'm just going to go through the goals one by one, just with my input for each of them. And I tried to do it in your categories of support, don't support, and change, but it just got messy. So I'm going to just go through goal by goal. So for goal 1, I support HE2, La Cumbre specific plan. I would like it to include affordability at higher than 15%, and in exchange, very willing to give increased height or densities in that area. I think it's a perfect spot for that, to go higher and more dense, but I want to bargain for affordability. HE3, some changes on that. Make sure it's focused on affordability. We could have flexibility and sort of relaxation a little bit in adaptive reuse and La Cumbre Plaza, but I really don't want to relax our standards generally, or I think I don't really want to agree that our standards are the main reason for the slowdown of production. I think that's complicated, and I think we could relax them in some areas, but not all. I think we need to change the definition of community benefit to not just any rental development, but have a specific, we could look at tiered, Planning Commission could look at tiered, or a really concrete definition on community benefit. I would say I would change 1.4 to define the tie to affordability. We could just add the word affordability. 1.8, I would like to add deed restricted or affordable, again, to be tying the production to affordability, and add a 1.9 suggestion to limit adding density to high fire and extreme high fire on hillsides in particular, if that's appropriate there. I would say no, that I don't support HE4, allowing 2 ADUs over a carport. I don't want that at this stage. I think that needs more analysis, and until we talk about how we're even counting ADUs or who they serve, I'm not prepared in this draft document to sort of tie us into that. Generally, I would just be careful with the characteristics of constraints as being impediments. An additional note, these could be tiered. I can't read my writing. Maybe percentages match the percentages of our residents, or we could trade, you get more objective design, more streamlining if you're giving more affordable units, something like that. But I don't think we should give away all of our leverages. Goal 2, I feel strongly should emphasize extremely low, very low, low, and moderate, but remove the reference to middle income. I think because of all the different nomenclature, it's confusing, but middle income actually means above moderate, and I don't see that as our highest top priority for where we should be doing our efforts. I think we could emphasize a local or commuting workforce, and again, in Goal 2, we could just add that to the wording. Policy 2.1, defining the community benefit at a higher level of affordability or deed restriction. Yes to HE7. I would add the policy to preserve and extend current deed restrictions that are set to expire. We haven't really talked about programs on that. We have the list of those that are vulnerable, but I would like to see some type of policy to work towards preserving those. Yes on HE8, increasing inclusionary housing. We can reevaluate, but I would hope that the reevaluation is to that purpose. Sheila Lodge was really fantastic in her letter and in the Planning Commission meeting in demonstrating examples of other cities that have much higher inclusionary than we do. If we need to do another nexus study, we can do it, but I think we can bear that, and other cities do. HE11, we need to be tracking the ADU units. I understand how they're being counted as, if they're given to family or caretakers, that they'd be counted for free. But I would think of those as more just extensions of somebody's family home, that would be the same function as if you're having a relative stay with you or a caretaker stay with you. I don't think that really counts as very low affordable housing. But I do think they have the potential for housing, and some of those considerations with the ADU, from the report, 60% are sitting vacant. If they're free, it's counting as low income, but that could change at any time. It matters if it's an extension of a family home or if it's a healthcare worker. I think we could give incentives for housing for either in-house support of healthcare workers or workers, if you're supplying housing for workers in the community. And maybe if we did a registry on that, there could be an equivalent cost that's associated with it. So you either get some sort of if you assess that you could rent it for $4,000, which many of them rent for, then you could be giving that as a trade benefit that has some monetary number associated with it. I'm okay with the reliance on ADUs for housing, but I don't want to pretend that any of the new ones are actually affordable. And I think we need to be realistic. I'd like to be realistic about how we count them, even though we're allowed to count them a different way. I don't think it's really true. So I don't want to count them that way. There's a lot of talk at Planning Commission about whether to register these or not and track the units. I think that needs a little bit more looking at before we decided to do that or not do it. But I think that's still, it was discussed at Planning Commission quite a bit. I'd really like in goal 2 to have the language deed restricted rather than or other, because I'm still just not clear on what or other could be. Or we could add to the or other affordable options, something that doesn't just say or other housing at all, because I think it opens up our focus and doesn't keep us laser focused on affordability. I think in deed restrictions, I'd like to focus on local renters, local developers, local businesses. I think there are ways we could incentivize that in the deeds. And again, that updating community benefit. Goal 3 seems to me to sort of changed in its core meaning over time. And this is on preservation of housing. I would like to emphasize that sort of the conservation of the existing stock, not just rehab or upkeep or maintenance, but in like proactively having no net loss and having there be policies to that. So, our vacation rental ordinance, fractional ownership, I think could be addressed by having a higher vacancy impact fee assessed, no hotels where it could be housing, those types of things. I think goal 3 got sort of unnecessarily narrowed to just be sort of maintenance of buildings instead of actually conserving the number and the ability of that. For goal 4, promoting housing stability, I think this needs to include policies on tenant protections, right to counsel, I support that, and rent stabilization. Goal 5, this should clarify that we're also preserving housing stock, again, actively working against no net loss. So those could include, if it could be in goal 5, to the vacation rentals, fractional ownership, and then how those ADUs are counted. Goal 6 is another place that could include the right to counsel. Instead, it could go there. Goal 7, I think it'd be important to get the actual City College numbers. They have 30% declining enrollment. Many of the students are local and live at home as their Promise students. Many are commuters. It's a commuter space. I know in the last 2 years, many have not even moved to Santa Barbara for their schooling, but have continued online. And many live in Isla Vista, so prefer to live in a student community with other students. So I'm not sure that the demand there is as great as it's perceived to be, but I think it would be good to have actual numbers on that. And then vice versa with UCSB, how much are they impacting the city of Santa Barbara by not having the housing for their over-enrolled campus? So goal 8, yes, HE 25. This is where we could do the vacancy impact fees. Residential vacancy tax could apply to vacation rentals, to second homes, and in thinking about how many days of a year you might need to occupy a space, I'm thinking it's 180 days in a school year, the actual school days. So you have a lot of teachers or people who rent their homes in the summer so they can afford to live here and work here during the rest of the year, or over 50%, however you did that. But could apply to fractional ownership, which I think could help address that issue. It could possibly apply to ADUs, but I'm really uncertain how we're if counting ADUs as vacant. You might build an ADU now, hoping to use it later. I don't necessarily want to have an impact fee for that. We need to build accountability and transparency into this whole process with the funding. And I just want to make the note that the Housing Authority or nonprofit housing really subsidizes the tourist industry by helping with affordability for housing. And any new hotel, any new activity like that creates the need for affordable housing. So I do think it's a very appropriate use of TOT to have a certain amount that's just passed through directly to Housing Authority. It's a symbiotic relationship there. And then I just have my very quick, I'll just run down them quickly, my sort of kitchen, everything in the kitchen sink, things I support and things to see, and maybe they'll wind up in there. So yes, affordable housing funding, affordable housing trust fund, affordable housing overlay, absolutely. I think that could be a great adjustment to the AUD. We've given it a try for a decade, and now we can really put the priority. What we said we wanted was affordable housing, and AUD is really talking about a form of density, and not really the function. And the function that we want is affordable housing. Tenant protections, vacation rental ordinance, La Cumbre Plaza specific plan, the innovative housing types. I'm not sure what those would be. Someone at Planning Commission mentioned co-ops. I'm not sure what they would be, but yes, let's look at everything innovative we can. I had an idea about the commercial vacancy tax or impact fee. If we had a commercial impact fee, we could do the, not fond of the term carrot and stick, but we could waive it if that was being converted to residential. So if something's vacant and we want to have a community benefit towards that, that community benefit could either go back into the economy, or if they're converting to residential, that could be the incentive that while you're going through that process, you don't need to pay that vacancy fee. Adaptive reuse, absolutely. Again, we could incentivize this with that vacancy impact fee by not assessing it if you're going to be transitioning to housing. I think that could be a good answer to that. Hotel overlay, I think it would be really good to look at where it is acceptable to add more hotels. I personally think we're saturated and at capacity. Don't really want to change rules on people as they're moving along, but if we had a hotel overlay of areas that couldn't just as easily be housing, we could make a clearer path for people. The ADUs, again, I just really don't think that they should be counted when they're empty or with family members as being affordable. I do support rent stabilization. The rental registry, I've gone back and forth on this myself, but my current thinking that if it's not registered, if we don't know even how many we have or what they're renting for, then it's kind of like a black market. It can go any which way and on a short notice, and I'm not real comfortable with that for where we are with our community and stabilization and wanting our locals to stay local. So I support the rental registry, and I absolutely support rental stabilization. We do need a short-term funding source. Not sure what that is, but we can't wait another 10 years to get these things underway. Please, let's fight these unreasonable and skewed RHNA allocations. I just don't think they're the right numbers for us, and I want to step up the advocacy on that, and fighting for our redevelopment funds back. I will tell you that the governor told me himself when he was running that he was going to bring us back our redevelopment funds. So I really, I don't know what it's going to take, but we need to get those back. And I'm noting in here that we don't have any specific incentives for sustainability or considering climate change or combating water scarcity. I don't want to just save that all for the EIR. We should consider maybe that there could be incentives if there are different ways to do it. I agree with the letters that have come in. I support the recommendations by cause. I strongly agree with the concerns and cautions described by Citizens Planning Association, particularly the descriptions of constraints not necessarily being impediments. Strongly agree with the recommendation from the Housing Authority, recommendations from SB Can, League of Women Voters, the quantified objectives, suggesting to revise those aspirations upward. I'd like to hold ourselves accountable more. Again, clarifying community benefit. I particularly support the suggestions of Lisa Carlos and Sheila Lodge in tying density to affordability, not just density for density's sake, and very much support the affordable housing overlay. On the suitable sites analysis, block by block analysis for those suitable sites, we need to remove historic resources, city landmarks, structures of merit, historic districts, properties that are on the potential list, and we could add potential city sites. We don't need to be committing to them at this point. The police station has been mentioned, parking lots have been mentioned. Perhaps as we're sort of reconfiguring some of our offices, maybe we have office spaces, I'm not sure, but we could look at those potential sites. Update the definition of workforce so it's not so high. And then just a really quick, page 20, I would just take out the moderate and above moderate and just just use moderate and above moderate instead of the two other designations, only where specified for home ownership. On page 32, that description of special housing needs, just a little bit more about what we're doing with that. Page 43, 40% of our homeless in Santa Barbara County or in the city. I think we should be fighting for 41% of the funding because we have so many. Let's see. On page 52, I want to be very careful of this, about this permanence of AUD. It's sort of a paragraph in there about the things that we're making permanent. And I don't think council voted to make that permanent. I think we said extend it while we're looking at other things. So I don't want it to be sort of that just sort of because it's written in there that it becomes what happened. I don't want to presuppose the success of that program. And then on page 58 is my last comment. It's just sort of a red flag for me, that bit about reducing our capacity for development by enforcing our standards. I just think that if we're transparent and consistent, then having standards isn't a problem. The problem is in how we're implementing them and having them not be clear and consistent. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
All right. There's a lot there, so thanks for your thoroughness. I just want to make a comment. I think it's really apropos that today we talked about the future of State Street, and now we're talking about the future of housing, because without the two moving forward together, if we don't have the right types of housing for all the different parts of our community, then State Street won't be what it needs to be, because we won't have a local community that works there and goes down there. So I think these are two tangential, but they're parallel projects that we need to work on as a city. So I'll try to organize my thoughts here. So I'm gonna first just thank our staff, because you put this together, and normally it would be a consultant that would do that. So there was a lot of effort that went into this in a very, very short amount of time. So just that is truly appreciated in getting that to us, and there's a lot of work to go. So just want to recognize our team here. And in all the public comments that have come in, it's quite substantial, and I agree with Planning Commission Chair Escobedo that there is a general consensus out there. So I think that works in our favor as a community. So the first thing I'm going to start with is La Cumbre Plaza, and I have some specific language I'd like to put in there. And I mentioned this earlier, but it's a very complex site with multiple owners, with different options for what they can do. And depending on what they do, it could allow us, if they're able to come together, it could allow us to look at the whole site, or it could really take off a significant portion of the site for housing for another 20, 30 years down the line. So the more flexibility we have and the more tools we have to bring the owners together in a comprehensive plan there, the better off we'll be. And so I'm just going to read HE2, and I have some language inserted in there. I'll tell you where the language I have in there and that I worked on with, and I'll just recognize I worked on it with the city administrator and our community development director, so, and others, but in particular those two to try to refine it. So this just isn't me. It was really vetted. So, and so the HE2 reads, this is what's in there now. La Cumbre Plaza is identified as suitable for residential development, and the property owners are interested in redeveloping the site. So here's the couple sentences I'd like to add in there, is a specific plan or a similar planning process, such as development agreements, that results in a high-quality neighborhood with housing at multiple income levels and other amenities will be prepared for La Cumbre Plaza. That's the language, and then keeping the rest of the language that's in there, which says, this will result in the realization of the full residential development potential of the site with consideration of Arroyo Burro Creek, public open space, multimodal circulation, utilities, topography, and increased height limits. I think that will at least get us where we need to go in terms of flexibility to work with the property owners. Because when we're talking about housing, that is the location where we're going to be able to make a real difference for the coming decades. So that's La Cumbre Plaza. So I'll try to go through things as quickly as I can. My notes are scattered here, but I agree with, if possible, to come back with one look at it before it gets submitted to HCD, to council, if that works within the time frame. If for some reason it doesn't, I think we just need to be apprised of if it doesn't, why it wouldn't. I support the affordable housing overlay, and one thing with La Cumbre Plaza is, and it kind of is going back, is looking at the Upper State Street overlay, which limits it to 45 feet right now. And so that is a site where we could go to 60 depending on where it is, and there's far less impacts than anywhere else in the city, so we need to look at the Upper State Street overlay to see what modifications are there so we can really maximize the potential redevelopment of La Cumbre Plaza. So support the affordable housing overlay that we have, that's being proposed with, as earlier stated, just the more affordability, the more incentives you get out of it. And support the rental information for ADUs, and support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think that's an important step for us. Rather than just giving it to one agency or the other, we're able to come in and get those funds and see if there's projects out there with the Housing Authority or some other partners that might be able to support a housing project. Also, am interested in revisions to employer-sponsored housing and how we can incentivize that more than it has been done. I think that's a key piece of it, and there was comments made to that today. And also support the hotel overlay so that we put new hotels in the areas we want them to be, and then taking them out of areas where there might be an incentive right now to put them in, and maybe it's a residential neighborhood, so we're able to incentivize residential. And so having some type of overlay for hotels, or at least with the affordable housing overlay, we can address it that way. Also support a lot of the tenant protections. I'm really intrigued with the right of first refusal for that, so I think that's an important one to keep our locals here if there is an opportunity. And then also supporting increased legislative advocacy for a permanent source of funding from state or federal sources, and including working with our regional partners, such as Goleta, Carpinteria, and the League of Cities, so we have a larger voice within the legislature. And then also, let's see here, looking at policies within the coastal zone that will increase our ability to provide housing in the coastal zone. With that would be our vacation rental ordinance, enforcement of them, but also our ordinance, so that we can look at where in the coastal zone and other areas, but in particular the coastal zone, where we want to focus vacation rentals. And then we talked to La Cumbre Plaza, and then so I'll wrap up with I think that we do need to include some reference to the middle income in the 120 to 160 and have some advocacy for it. If we only build low or very low housing, but we don't provide some type of mechanism through for the 120 to 160, which is our middle income, we lose a very important part of our community as well. And that is the hardest one. If you look at the numbers, I think we built 3 units in that, if I recall correctly. That is the hardest one to build because there are no incentives to build them. So that goes along with when we prioritize vacant city lands such as parking lots, that we look at affordable housing, but we also look at if there's an incentive for that as well in there. So I think each case would be a case-by-case basis, but I don't want to exclude those up front. I think the 120 to 160 needs to be part of the conversations, just as all the income levels before. And that might be an opportunity for the in lieu program, where so I'm going to get to my top 3 priorities and then just to wrap it up is the top priority is the Cumber Plaza, as I mentioned, and just the ability to do a community involvement, but a plan up there to maximize potential. My second priority is I agree with Cause, and I think Frank Rodriguez in particular stressed it, and I fully agree that we need to prioritize the studies for funding sources to now in 2022, 2023, so that we are ready to go as early as possible going into 2024 for any ballot measures that are out there. And we need to do that work, and we need to see what they are, what's out there. So there's a lot of work that goes in there, and it'll take a year to do it. So that would be a top priority for me. And then re-looking at the in lieu fees, or the program we have now where it's 10% if you're 10 units or more, or 5 to 9, you can pay an in lieu fee, and below that. I think there's a lot of flexibility in there. The sliding scale I talked about earlier, that perhaps a sliding scale, if you're doing middle income or if you're doing lower income, you could still pay a full in lieu. And but we also need to look at what is a meaningful in lieu fee, because if we set it too low, we go down this path, you're never going to get the capital you need to actually do a project. So just relooking at the in lieu fees on that. And the last thing I will say is that, especially in regards to the urgency for now, because this is a longer term document, but we do have an urgency that we need to address for our renters now. And they don't have time, 7, 8 years for projects to come through, and we do need some type of funding source that could bridge the gap. As we know, on Finance Committee, and we just went through the budget, there's significant challenges that we have, including paying our employees a wage that enables them to live here. And we just today at the Finance Committee kicked off the Vision 2030 for our fiscal sustainability initiative. We just kicked that off today, and we're going to be doing a lot of work over the next 6 months in order to try to make recommendations going into the council. And I think Councilmember Hyman will probably speak to this, so I'm not going to steal your thunder, but I just want to say that that process that we're doing now is something I think that we should be including the discussion of not just a ballot measure, but the trade-offs of some type of interim TOT in there. We have these structural challenges, but we also have the significant challenges of our workforce. So as part of that fiscal sustainability initiative, we should be looking over the next coming months on the different options we have, both for long-term as well as any short-term measures that we might have, and the implications of what it would mean for the delivery of our services. So hopefully we can include that in that discussion that we're undergoing. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will start with my appreciation for your work in getting us to this point. It's really I think someone said a Herculean effort, and that much is clear in reading through the document. And I also, like I think all of our colleagues did, have to start by remarking on the incredible consensus that we're hearing both from the community, and now as I'm going toward the end of the comments here, I'm realizing that I myself am feeling quite a bit of consensus with everyone who has spoken. And I think that is indicative of a couple things. It's indicative of the good work that you all have done to really engage community members and get us thinking about this critically. And also, most importantly, it's indicative of the recognition, finally, the recognition of the reality that so many of our neighbors in the city of Santa Barbara are living with day after day after day when it comes to housing insecurity and instability in our community. So for me, what that really means and what I would put to you, not sort of as a specific line-by-line recommendation, but just sort of as something more general as you move toward finalizing this document. Let this be an opportunity for us to be, and I think Councilwoman Sneddon said this, aspirational in what we envision for how we want our community to be housed, how we want our community to remain. Let this document be sort of our dream document. And what's incredible, and what I'm sort of getting chills about here tonight, it's clear that though we may differ in some of the specifics, you know, some of us have a slightly different way of getting there, it really is true that we all share that same dream, that same fundamental goal of affordable housing for our community. And so I would just admonish you as you move forward in finalizing that to really try to hit it out of the park with this. I would like us to be as bold, as exciting, as innovative, and you are certainly on that path, so I don't mean to imply that you are not there. I am just encouraging you, if you see an opportunity to go further in this document, let's do it. You have my support to get there, and it's clear to me, both from what our colleagues have said and what we've heard from the community through their letters and comments, you have the community's support as well. I would further remind, I guess, myself and all of us who are engaged in this housing conversation that this document, while clearly centrally important to guiding us in the next 5-10 years, it really is only an academic exercise if we don't give it life through our votes week after week, and through the policies that we push forward to actually effectuate these goals. And so I just, to me, I wanted to take this opportunity to make this commitment here today that though this document is important, I'm not going to forget it in a year, in 2 years. Let's actually do the work to make these policies reality, and that's easier said than done. Sometimes we get up here and we take votes related to housing policy, and it's difficult, and it's easy to sort of forget what it feels like in meetings like this when we're all on the same page, because it's not quite so cut and dry when we have a specific policy in front of us. But I hope that we can all, and I'm reminding myself to remember this moment of vision and shared purpose as I move forward thinking about all housing policy for the next 4 years. With that said, I'm just going to go through very briefly because, again, there's consensus, and I don't have much to add from what any of my colleagues said about the things that I really like and am excited about and would like us to prioritize. First, the affordable housing overlay. Yes, absolutely. I love that everyone was all for it. I, too, am all for it. I often have said and think myself about housing policy as a negotiation. We, as the city, have incentives that we can bring to the table. What do we want to get in exchange for those incentives? What is the benefit of the bargain, and how can we get that benefit for our neighbors? This is one of those ways. Let's really use this overlay as an opportunity to be sophisticated negotiators. That's what I would like to see here. I love the idea of tiers. I think that is a way that we can provide the flexibility that all our housing providers need while still getting that benefit of the bargain. So whether we're talking about the housing overlay or there was another issue that we were talking about, a tiered approach, the community benefit revision, I think we were talking about tiers with that. I really think that that is a smart way for us to utilize the incentives that we have at our disposal. And they're very, very important incentives, but we don't have an unlimited number of them. So let's make sure that we approach that negotiating table thoughtfully and effectively. And I think a tiered system, both for the overlay and in community benefit, is a great way to do that. So I look forward to that conversation and how that evolves. So the second point, yes, on the community benefit revision. That's great. I will leave it at that. The tenants' rights issues, I can't say strongly enough how much I support that have always supported, would love to see it in this document, rent stabilization. Yes, I too am interested in the right of first refusal. Though I think we would have to be creative about that to have it actually be really useful for people. But I think why not? That's something that we certainly should consider. But in general, tenants' rights issues, I think, are central. As so many of our colleagues have said, these policies will not come to fruition. We won't know if they work for a fair number of years. And in the interim, there are too many people that are housing insecure. Too many of our neighbors are struggling. So we need to do something now, today, in support of them. Next, to Councilmember Friedman's point, particularly about the work in the coastal zone, I just want to make a brief aside about that. Last year, there was a bill that came forward, or maybe it was 2 years ago. Time has no meaning anymore, as I think you guys can understand, to include housing as one of the considerations under the Coastal Act. That bill actually failed and was not supported, if I remember correctly, by the League of Cities, though I probably should have checked that before I said it, but I don't believe it was, or it was certainly a point of contention. And I do understand why it's not necessarily something unequivocally positive to have the Coastal Commission have a hand in housing policy, but by the same token, when we are on that dais and Coastal Commission, we are constrained from making decisions on housing-related issues. We cannot say we're supporting this revision to the short-term rental ordinance in Santa Barbara's coastal zone in support of housing, because housing is not part of our mandate under the Coastal Act. Under the Coastal Act, our mandate is limited to preservation of our beaches, access to the beaches, short-term vacation-supporting uses. And so, we can't go beyond our mandate, much as many of us on the commission would like to. And to the extent anyone is interested in that, I'd love to have a longer conversation. The coastal commissioners themselves, month after month after month, were saying, we don't want to do this, or we don't want to do this as intensively as we seem to be. We don't necessarily like this reputation we have as being all in for short-term rentals and, nothing else, but we are limited. And so I would say, if there's advocacy to be done in that area, I think we really do have to think about sort of some of the ancillary effects of not supporting bills like including housing in the Coastal Act. There may be positives to that. It does keep the Coastal Commission out of some housing decisions, but it also precludes the Coastal Commission from supporting cities when they try to do good work in the coastal zone as well related to housing. So it's just an interesting point we need to be aware of, and maybe something for the legislative committee, if that bill comes up again, and I'm told that it will, to really take up and kind of consider the pros and cons from a city perspective of getting involved in that kind of advocacy. To that point, I do support revising the short-term vacation rental ordinance, yes, to everything our colleagues said. And then finally, my final point, and this is probably the most important to me of all, is just prioritizing the funding source conversation. As Councilmember Friedman said, it's happening at the Finance Committee, whether we're talking about the ballot initiative. I personally have been advocating for a couple of years now for the development of a revolving loan fund to use certain of cities' monies, whether we're talking about the reserve fund or some other money, to provide capital investment into affordable housing projects. As a partner expecting a return in the same way we might into our investment fund, it's investing not into LAIF, but into physical housing assets in our community. That is something that I will be advocating strongly for at Finance Committee, something that I'm hoping our council can get behind. Certainly there's lots of details to be worked out, but there are creative opportunities, not only through advocating at Sacramento, which we need to do, but to thinking about how we can use our dollars that we already have creatively to support the good work that's being done. So with all that said, I appreciate it and look forward to seeing the comments and more than anything else, to seeing where this leads us in the next few years. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short. I agree with most of everything that's been said already, but I want to emphasize on the vacancy fine or fee or tax or however we're going to coin it. My residents and I are just sick and tired of seeing a lot of these properties just going vacant, some of them for about 2 decades now. in particular the property on the 400 block of State Street. I think we need to be a lot more strict about that since we are in a crisis, and we need to start acting like we're in a crisis by doing things like eminent domain. We want to talk about building housing downtown, then maybe the city, us, should be the first to do it. So just throwing that out there. The other point was that, not just for businesses, but also residential, because there are some properties on the west side that I know of in particular that have been vacant for years as well, and it's the houses are just literally rotting away, and they could be homes for community members. So if we could look into that, I'd really appreciate it. Oh, that, and whether or not one of the public commenters called in about a living wage ordinance, to see if that falls under your purview, if that's something completely different. But I feel like that's something that we should seriously look at as well. All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for the staff for a very long and complete presentation. I always find there's just a little bit of hubris in thinking we're going to make a policy here in the dais and pretend like it's just going to come up out of the ground without the benefit of having the input of our property owners and the people that build this stuff. I mean, it's great in theory, but although I did just get a text from a buddy of mine that has 3 parcels he's interested in talking about for affordable housing, I'll keep that my little secret for now. But the one thing I would like to talk about is an income source for affordable housing. I do not think, we have all these punitive ideas and taxes and ballot measures in mind. And I'm going to tell you that we better keep our powder dry, because whatever ballot measure comes up for a tax or a bond, we may need to keep operating our operation here, because we have a structural deficit, and we do have one projected out over the next 3 years. So I'm not exactly going to ready to dedicate a bond issue or a ballot measure to that. However, I have started conversations with our state senator, our congressman, and a few other folks up in Sacramento. The governor has been doling out his surplus in only ways that the governor understands why and how. But there are 75, I think about 75 housing authorities in the state. And for a group that's pressuring us all the time for housing, particularly affordable housing, it is beyond me why they can't get through and say, we could leverage this money with tax credit financing and do a lot of good with it. So I'm going to stay on that, see how it goes. I mean, you guys did a fabulous job of getting this housing element together. I appreciate that. But I do think that punitive taxes and more bond measures and more taxing ideas are, if they're successful, great. I don't see it at this point in time. So with that, we do not have an action item on this. Thank you, staff. Thank you for your patience. And we will move on to the next item. Ms. Kovacs.
Our next item is number 18, update of state and federal legislative platform.
Mr. Burdette.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, good evening. So Brandon Burdette, Senior Assistant to the Mississippi Administrator. Today, the item before you is the update to the legislative platform. I have a brief presentation that I'll be sharing with you. So the legislative platform essentially serves as the foundation for the city to make response to regional, state, and federal legislation. The last time that this was actually updated was back in 2017. So because of the pandemic, staffing issues, we haven't done an update for this in some time. So as you can imagine, there's quite a few updates that need to be done. Staff made a large number of recommendations. These recommendations were reviewed by the Council Committee on Legislation on May 24th. At that meeting, the Council Committee recommended that the proposed legislative platform be forwarded to City Council. Additionally, there was a request for the full City Council to weigh in on the additional language being added. Specifically, this would state, support legislation that supports programs to address historical inequities. Also, in addition, staff would like to add one more language regarding water supply. This was post-recommendation, so this isn't included, but is being asked to be included, would be the support policy that recognized recycled, desalinated, and potable reuse as drought-proof water supply. So essentially what we're asking for council to do tonight is to take action on their request for those two items to be added to the legislative platform, and then subsequently adopt the staff recommendations. And with that, I'll turn it over to council.
Very good. Are there questions for staff? Do we have any speakers on this item?
No speakers.
No. Okay, very good. We'll go to comments. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. As the chair of the legislative committee, I just want to thank our staff and from the multiple departments that went through this. It was in-depth, and a lot of the changes that we saw that came out of our environmental services, because we had the new department, there's been a lot of regulatory changes, so it was time to update it since 2017. So that was a big bulk of the changes out there. So I'm supportive of the legislative platform updates, plus the staff additional recommendation of recognizing recycled, desalinated, and potable reuse as drought-proof water supplies. And then on the additional item, there were only two of us at the meeting at that time, so we decided to bring it up to the full council for consideration. So that was Councilmember Sneddon, so I'd like to hear from her on that item.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I also supported these, and again, just to reiterate that staff really brought forward a lot of new platform items tied to sustainability and resilience, and we went through each of those in detail, and I support the recommendation.
Further comments from council? As to myself, once again, yes, staff did a fabulous job. I support the suggestion from staff. I do not support the legislation supports the historical inequities. I think that could be a real wormhole to go down. You know, as a local government, we really do focus on infrastructure and public safety, and I appreciate the suggestions that staff and the different departments brought through, and I think they were all well done. So I would support the legislative platform plus the staff recommendation on the recycle, desal, and potable reuse. So, Mr. Friedman.
If there's no other comments, my suggestion is that we do two separate motions so that we could all vote in support of the legislative platform, and if anybody wants to vote against the other. So I'll make a motion to approve the legislative platform updates with the addition of the support that recognized recycled, desalinated, and potable reuse as drought-proof water supplies is also included.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Sneddon. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Mayor Rouse?
Aye. All right, very good. And then would you, is there another motion besides that one? We do have that passed. Anybody want to make a motion on the other one, or should, that's yours.
Okay, I'm sorry. I would like to move it, but I'm just struggling with how to say it.
Move it.
Okay.
It's right there.
I'll move the additional
Very good.
recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, so is the motion the first bullet of the left-hand side?
I'm sorry, yes, let me be more clear. I will move that to be added to the legislative platform is, we'll break it out into two, support legislation that supports programs to address historical inequities.
Is there a second? Okay. Oh, second by Oscar Gutierrez. All right. Any discussion to the motion? May we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden,
Yes.
and Mayor Rouse.
No. All right, thank you very much. Do we have any council member or committee assignments reports? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We had a Water Commission meeting. It was appointment of officers, Jeff Young as chair and Lindsay Cooney vice chair. Discussed contract for desal plant evaluation and sewer lateral updates and septic to sewer conversions, which is a big issue in District 4 as well. And COAM operations had a meeting, and as the same, we're in pretty dire drought circumstances.
Any further councilman committee assignment reports? Mr. Freeman.
I attended the Park Foundation meeting and then had a meeting of the League of Cities Coastal Cities Leadership Group, and then also the League of Cities Coastal Commission Sea Level Rise Working Group. And then the announcement on that is that on August 12th, there is a Coastal Commission workshop with local government workshop that the working group members, which is comprised of Coastal Commission staff, myself as part of the League of Cities and our county counterparts will be participating with a full Coastal Commission meeting on August 12th, and that's in Calabasas. And the agenda will be coming out soon, but it's a great opportunity to address some of these issues that were brought up in the previous item. So it's been a couple years since we've had it. It's actually going to be a really productive meeting, I think, and get to a lot of the issues that we're dealing with the Coastal Commission.
All right, and with that, we are adjourned to, was it August 16th, Ms. Bjork? Is that right?
Mayor Rouse, I do believe that is correct. I was just going to look to double check, but I believe that's correct.
All right, very good. Everybody had a great fiesta, and we'll talk to you later.